Hey, tipster. Yeah, these are all snippets from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, done by like a chiptune artist. They're so good. Yeah, night. I'm known for my exquisite dancing. Hello, Salmon Moose. I am goobing with the goobiest. Okay. We need to have a real talk about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, though, because y'all really need to be making the recommendations for it, with the massive caveat that the first season is terrible. And I know that because I watched the first season after everyone was super hype about it. And it's terrible. The first episode, a dog gets murdered. It's horrible. I hate it. I hate it. The first season is a rite of passage. I don't like watching dogs die. And then I was just really confused. I was really confused, and it just felt like kind of a slightly more flamboyant shonen anime. And I know it gets way better from there. I just haven't watched past the first season. Also, tipster, basically my entire music, my entire music taste is the soundtrack of Mega Man. But John Wick did the same thing. Well, yeah, look, I don't mind dog killing. Don't get me wrong. I'm a fan of dog killing. But Jesus Christ. I didn't like how it was done in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and also I don't know, there wasn't that much of a payoff in the first season. I'm sorry. Clipped? Yeah. What type of soda is that? This is like some weird, I don't know, like I found randomly. It's called the Original Green River. I don't even know what type of soda it is. It's just green. I don't know what flavor it is. If you put a gun to my head, I genuinely can't identify it. It's just sugary and cold, and that's good enough for now. Kind of looks like a sour apple Jones soda. It is not sour at all. It is green flavored, yes. How we all doing? Blue means sharks in it. Yeah. Also, apparently I can play Starfield starting tomorrow, so I'm kind of excited about that. Um, well, to preface today's stream, I have no content planned. I just want to play Baldur's Gate 3, and I've been a very busy bee. I haven't been able to do that. So we're gonna play more Baldur's Gate. I'm not sure Starfield is ready to play. That's every Bethesda game. Skyrim still isn't ready to be played. That's the thrill of it. Jumping in and rolling the dice and seeing which NPCs get hurled into the sun. Posted some horrible videos. I don't want to watch horrible videos. I want to play video games. But maybe I'll watch horrible videos tomorrow. You know, people always say play with the mods. I don't play with that many mods when it comes to like Skyrim. I don't know. Maybe I'm just broken. Yeah. God, One of the things that's really great about watching the outrage to stuff like Starfield is just knowing that we're winning. You know, like trans people rising, but also just these people are like maybe 2 to 5 years away from realizing that like they've just been left behind by society. You know, like uh they are going to be the out of touch fogies, and they're on the cusp of realizing that, you know? It does my heart good. Yeah, like what oh, I need to gotta get up that desktop. Boop.
Fucking pronouns!
Like dude is legitimately like about to cry. Like seriously. I'm honestly done supporting Just So Tippy and agree with Nicholas DeOrio, Bo Blacks. How are these real people? Nicholas D. Oreo? Bo Blacks? Bo Blacks? Who are these people? Who are these people? I know Keemstar, but like you brandon yourself with a name like Oreo? You brandon yourself with the name Bo Blacks? Sounds like a discontinued piece of exercise equipment that like was sold in Mexico and beheaded like 5 children or something. I don't know. Like, dude, how are these real people? Did you see his cope response? No, no. Goddamn. The honestly, it is very funny though to watch all these people lose it about pronouns. I was watching an H Bomber guy video, and it's from like 6 years ago, and they were complaining about exactly the same thing. You guys remember that Bill Nye the Science Guy show, like Bill Nye Saves the World? Like the reactionary community was like so upset that Bill Nye, the science guy, has gone woke. He's gone woke by telling us more in-depth information about how sex works. This is a response. Marshall Ghetto, hello. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Oh god. I do have to say, I'm surprised this guy isn't a cop. I do have to say, I am surprised this guy isn't a cop. He has all of the hallmarks of cop phrenology. You know, this is the one time cop phrenology is wrong.
Man has opinion about video game. Internet goes absolutely nuclear crazy about opinion on video game.
No one went crazy about your opinion on the video game. They went crazy about the fact that you lost your shit about the fact that the game just asks you a basic question about how you would like to be referred to. Marshall Ghetto, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I wasn't allowed to watch Bill Nye because he believed in evolution. Oh, boiled peanuts. I'm sorry. I worked at a Bible camp. I definitely knew people in your boat. He looks like Humpty Dumpty. But like, nah, like, video games have since forever have been like, how do you want to refer to yourself? Hey, guess what? Do you want to be referred to as ass? You can make your name ass on any arcade cabinet. The goddamn woke arcade machines from the 1980s. letting you choose a different name other than the one God gave you at birth. God damn it. You want Matthew? How dare you want to give up your God-given name and instead name yourself 80085. How dare you? All this woke nonsense. Grown men blowing a gasket over video game pronouns. I still haven't declared pronouns at my job, and nothing has happened. Well, like that's the thing, though, right? Like, they use pronouns. They do it all the time. They use they them pronouns. What did you do at their house? Oh, look at that. You used they them pronouns.
Just a small thanks for streaming again.
Kyrie, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs over on riverboat.gg. And folks, if you do want to support me financially, the best place to do so is riverboat.gg, where when you drop subs or donos, 100% of it goes to me, as opposed to splitting it with either YouTube or Twitch. But, like, yeah, no, this is ridiculous. Anyway, just to summarize, people were absolutely lampooning this man because he was upset about pronouns. He literally pissed and shat himself over pronouns. Literally pissed and shat himself.
Is this actually about opinion on video game? No, this has nothing to do with opinion.
Did he just say an video game?
On video game, this is everything to do.
What?
With opinion on video game. This is everything to do with going after the far left sacred cow.
Genuine question. Is he just so mad he can't like tie words together coherently, or is he just like doing like a bit? I genuinely can't tell. Also, I just have to say, it must kill a guy like this, who has like shelves of Transformer robots behind him. It must absolutely kill him that there are trans Transformers. Like, imagine how difficult it is to be a far right like figure who is triggered by pronouns. Literally everything that you enjoy despises you. Like, oh yeah, here's a trans character. No!
Of gender ideology. I'm not gonna treat you like you don't know what is actually going on. Towards the beginning of the game, the character creation, we were greeted with a pronoun option, so very current day of Bethesda, because it appears at some point during the last couple of years, Pete Hines seems to have forgotten what gender he is.
Yes. Because as we all know, your Twitter summary is what you write for your own edification, and not for other people who come around to your profile. Yes. When you write pronouns in your bio, it's because you can't remember what your pronouns... What is this? What literal... more like baby face, more like baby brain, am I right? Boom, got him.
Never mind. So I went on a little bit of a rant to my streaming audience because I was unhappy with the fact that in every aspect of our entertainment today, we seem to be pulled out because the people creating it are more concerned with inserting current day into absolutely everything.
Yeah. Because no one would ever insert current day issues into popular culture that they are making. That no one's ever put things into Star Wars, a famously apolitical franchise. That just don't look up, the interview that George Lucas did where he explicitly says the Rebel Alliance is the Viet Cong. Don't look that one up. Disney doesn't want you to know about that interview anymore. or I don't know, the famously apolitical, well, art reflecting current day, who knew? Yeah, apolitical things like Starship Troopers and RoboCop. Definitely only about explosions and firing cool guns. Nothing political about those. Nothing at all. Ah, yes. Metal Gear Solid didn't have anything political to say. Not a single goddamn thing. Missile Command, it was just a game about firing missiles. You don't gotta look into it. There was nothing going on like a Cold War and nuclear fears and tensions. Nothing like that. Oh god, you know, like, man, we need to go back to the good old days, like Star Trek, where Star Trek never famously commented on things like racial issues, or economic issues, or indigenous issues, or, you know, anything like that. Nope, never did it once. It was just smooth brain sailing, the calm neural seas. RoboCop had no politics. Not even one. Not even one politic in it. Did you watch the movie Alien? If you did, you saw a movie without any politics in it. I lied about that one because if you read the original script, you know that there's like actually a trans character in the original Alien, and that would really piss off a lot of people. You know, we need good apolitical video games like fucking Metroid. Okay, there's nothing political about Metroid, except that Samus Aran is a trans woman. That's gonna piss some people off to know. Did you guys know that in the strategy guide and in interviews with her creator, he referred to her as a new half, which at the time was acceptable Japanese terminology for a trans lady. Yep. Non-binary superpowers, bringing up that Star Trek had the first mixed race kiss on screen. That's not political. How could it be? That's just a coincidence. And we all know things like Superman were famously apolitical. Just ignore all the times he fought the KKK, or, you know, brought about, you know, nuclear arms deals to like end the proliferation of nuclear weapons. No, it was just about punching things really hard.
I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit!
Yeah! How dare a science fiction franchise not embrace ideas about science fiction? Like, you know, it's literally set in space, where, you know, we've achieved faster than light travel. Is that you think that the sci-fi universe you want to explore in, that's the only advancement that we've made? Like, you don't think there'd be like huge like societal changes if like people could just like change their body at a whim? Yeah, this guy seems like a very level-headed bloke. I need to listen to more of him.
Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring! We can't see past our own fucking reflection!
Hey,
that's
Star
the
Panda.
level of our narcissism here! But this was tweeted.
Also, people go follow Star Panda, okay? Excellent content creator. But like, he's just like, yeah, it'd be so boring to have things like more mainstream than they are now. That would be a lot boringer. We need to bring back the good old days where you played as man or woman. because harkening back to tradition and the shit that has been done over and over ad nauseum, that's where the real innovation lies. That's where we get new things happen. What are you talking about, you piece of shit? You media literate, smooth-brained asshole.
Out by Hassan Piker
I didn't have any content planned. This is off the cuff.
after Dan Vask had put the video out and it went a tinge viral. And he says, this weird British guy, oh, yeah, okay, fair enough, losing his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration for why we must bring back lobotomies. Well, Hassan, at least they...
Well, Hassan, it might surprise you that I have, indeed, had a lobotomy. You ableist fuck. That's the only way this gets... That's the only way he should end this sentence.
would be able to lobotomize me. You, however, I don't think they would actually find enough brain cells. And if you don't know who this guy is, let me introduce you to him.
So you said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
Yeah.
And that other person that he was being interviewed by was his uncle, Cenk Uygur. Let's see what Cenk Uygur has to say about certain things, shall we?
If I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, where you are pleasuring the animal. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. Now why? Why did that happen?
I don't know, Cenk.
Okay, that was just funny, though.
Maybe it had something to do with the, oh, I don't know, fucking animals part. What the hell is wrong with your family, dude? So needless to say that I'm pretty okay with having a conflicting opinion to somebody like Hassan. But this isn't just about pronouns. That's the disingenuous argument that people want to latch on to.
YouTube player, why? Why? Oh, God. Just, you know, just apropos of nothing, this came up, when I Googled, Bestiality UK. Exclusive! Statistics from the MOJ have revealed who the real animal lovers are in the UK, and despite age-old cliches, it's not our friends to the west who have the most to answer for. Oh, God. Let's see. The English have been responsible of all of the cases of bestiality since 2010. The English have been responsible for 27 of those. The Welsh only account for 2 cases. What's he trying to hide?
So that you don't talk about the gender ideology and the intersectionality that's been rammed into every single solitary facet of our entertainment, from video games to TV, film, comics, etc., etc. Fucking pronouns! Now, did I have that reaction because I'm a nasty, naughty transformophobia? No.
Yeah. Now, I'll answer the question for you. Yeah, that's exactly why you had that reaction. Like, you were upset about the game asking if you, a player that it doesn't know, was going to use she, her pronouns, or he, him pronouns, or they, them pronouns. Like, that's, you know, in like childhood schooling, there's a chart. Let's see, maybe I can find it. Chart of childhood reactions. Zone. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, here. This should help, I think, maybe explain why people are finding it transphobic. Here. Oh no! This is for a poster. I just need the picture of it. Let's see. A good one here would be here. Here. Okay. So this is a picture for something called the zones of regulation. Okay? These are the zones of regulation, right? So at 0, you got excited. At 1, you got happy. You got content at 2. Sad at 3. Mad at 4. 5 is frustrated, right? Now, if you're having a little problem, right? If you're having like a small problem, well, then maybe that would take you from feeling content to sad or a little upset. You know, it'd bring you from a 2 to a 3. That would be a normal reaction, right? Well, a red reaction or a 5, if like say, you know, you dropped a toy and you went, instead of going from a 2 to a 3, instead you went from a 2 to a 5, which is having a full goddamn meltdown, that would be an unregulated reaction. That would be a reaction that indicates more is going on than just something simply going a little bit wrong. You know? So there are no pronouns on the chart. I'm just saying, like, if you're going along and you're content, you know, or you know what, maybe even you're excited, you're at a 0 because you're playing your new video game, and all of a sudden you see pronouns, and that causes you to hit a 5, which is screaming almost to the point of tears. Well, there's something else going on. Either you are just completely unable to regulate your emotions, or there's something else informing your reaction to a 5. Yeah. So, that's why, no, it's not just you being really upset about this because you see pronouns all the time. You wake up in the morning and you have to use he, him pronouns. People have to refer to you. You know, that's not normal. Okay?
No, I had that reaction because it was so obvious because we're dealing with current day gaming company.
Also, how old is this man? Maybe he was reared before lead paint got taken out of circulation or something.
In actual fact, you could go far as to say we're dealing with current day entertainment in the West. Then we have the Act Man, a React channel that has 1.8 million subscribers, getting mad because a person reacted to a game. By the way, this person recently being, by the way, because
Gorilla-shaped man on the verge of crying because Starfield lets you pick pronouns at the start of the game, then it's never brought up again. Somebody please shoot this guy with a bear tranquilizer. He's going to attack someone. Yeah, no, bro. If you're screaming because you had the option to choose pronouns, like, that's not this guy being bent out of shape. That's a reaction to your insane emotional response.
as a person reacted
Hey, climate
to a
change is
game.
real.
By the way, this person recently being cancelled, having his YouTube channel demonetized / pulled down because he was attacked for having an opinion about something and exercising his right to do so. Now, he's actually jumping on that bandwagon.
Oh, but you see, this person also had an opinion. Did you consider that sometimes other people have opinions and they have the freedom to voice theirs? Ha ha ha! Checkmate, atheists. Like, what? No, what are you talking about? Like no one's like, oh hey, Nazis can't have their opinion, right? What they do say is Nazis can have their opinion. I reserve the right to respond. In Indiana Jones terms.
To attack somebody who is exercising their right to have an opinion. I guess turnaround is fair play, hey? Don't worry about the hypocrisy of it, dude.
Yeah, don't look into what those opinions are at all. Just look, an opinion is just an opinion, okay? If an opinion that the Holocaust never happened and an opinion that like, a video game is okay, that look, they're both just opinions. Why can't we have the right to have both like that's what he's saying here essentially, right? Like don't look at the content of the opinions. Just stop your investigation point blank without looking into it whatsoever.
You do you. So his tweet starts off with gorilla-shaped man, which, by the way, I can't take any other way than a compliment in Silverback, baby. On the verge of crying. We've already had to go into a lie because you want to embellish your inverted commas argument.
Bro, we've seen the clip. You literally look like you're about to start crying.
Shouty man, yes. Ranty man, yes. Angry man, yes. Crying, no. Just say it how it is.
Well, that's particularly odd coming from this guy, because he described the Act Man as, like, being upset. And this tweet doesn't come across to me as someone who's upset. More so just pointing out how ridiculous the reaction is, because again, you went from like a 0 to a 5 on the childhood zone of regulation chart. Like a small child who hasn't learned how to regulate their emotions yet would. And you're a grown ass man, which is why he's then saying you need to be sedated because you can't control your own emotions on the level of a small child. That's why he was saying that.
If you feel comfortable with his position, why lie? Because Starfield lets you pick pronouns at the start of the game and then is never brought up again.
Well, you see, they refer to me by my chosen pronouns for the rest of the game. Checkmate, atheists. Like, what? Then what's the fucking problem? I got to choose how I wanted to be addressed. And that made me angry. What is your deal, dude? Like... Just imagine like meeting somebody for the first time, right? Like you walk up to them in a bar and like they introduce themselves because they're keen on hitting on you. And then they're like, hey, what's your name? And then your response is just, you want to know my name? You want next you'll be asking me what my pronouns are. You fucking degenerate. like, bro, my name? How dare you want to know my name? Next you'll be trying to summon me in your demonic circles. Like, what is... Oh no, you had the opportunity to tell them how you would like to be referred to in conversation. The horror.
Good storytelling isn't about being apolitical, but about being authentic and organic with your message and delivery.
And I would go a step further there, Kairyu. I would say that it is actually impossible to make a story that is apolitical. Now, there's no such thing as an apolitical narrative, because there's no such thing as an apolitical human being. You know, there are apolitical people in the sense of, in like the colloquial sense of like people who just don't engage in politics, but they're not really apolitical. They have political ideas. They just don't necessarily conceive of those ideas as political. But like, yeah, not, like the idea, like, oh, I want apolitical video games. I'm sorry, you can't have those. Those don't exist. aren't ants apolitical? The fact of ants existing is apolitical, but then, well, what about ant environments? Well, that's interesting. The context in which ants exist, you know, they must exist in a world, and when you start broadening the scope of like ants as a concept, well, ants actually do a lot for our ecosystem. You know, they're able to kind of till the soil, they're able to aerate the ground, you know? And well, when you keep looking at that, it turns out that climate change affects ants, and if ant populations die out, well, that has massive negative ramifications for a lot of different areas of our world. And it turns out, if when in a human context, right, the very idea of ants, they exist within a political reality. They exist within human society. You know? Ants have queens. Checkmate atheists. Also, I'm pretty sure ants actually have, like, internal politics, too, within hives. Like, they go to war against each other. It's wild. A Bug's Life? I don't think A Bug's Life is about overthrowing the queen, right? Or overthrowing their oppressors? Okay, but what about British ants? Well, we have to engage in decolonization. All right, I'm done.
Well, if it's never brought up again, why do you even have to pick the pronouns? And you would have a better point of argument here if the game allowed you to skip the pronoun nonsense. What are your pronouns?
How are you going to skip the pronouns? The characters in the game need to know which voice file to read. Is it the one where they use he or she? Or is it the one where they use they? Those are 3 different files, my guy.
Pronouns skip, because the game understands that when you've picked the male character, you have male pronouns. And when you pick the female character, you have female pronouns.
Well, but you aren't picking the male pronouns or the female pronouns, because someone could have a masculine body type but use feminine pronouns, or a masculine body type and use non-binary pronouns. Like, I'm sorry. Has this man never seen, like, no, he's far right. So we know for certain he's seen femboys, okay? He knows for certain that there are twinky little dudes with feminine proportions who still use he him pronouns, okay? Nah, he's full of shit, and I can prove that because he has action figures and probably watches anime, and again is far right, so he is 100% familiar with who and what Astolfo is, okay?
So if it's never brought up again, what is the issue? What is the problem? Why is it even there? It's there to compel you to do so. It's there to compel you to participate in the gender ideology that they've shoved into the game.
You know, it's really interesting here because inadvertently he's making it an argument against the hegemonic idea of gender that we have in our society, which is, you know, you get born into a world and you have these pronouns thrust upon you, right? Like whether or not you like it. And he's just railing against the very idea that he has to think about this for the first time in his life, as opposed to, like, trans people who, like, are very, very aware that they have never had the opportunity to choose their pronouns. You know, like, he's just kind of catching up on this. And he's like, yeah, this sucks. I hate having to choose my pronouns. And, it really sucks to have this choice thrust upon me that I didn't ask for. And it's just like, yeah, kind of does. You know, having these assumptions just placed on you because of your body type. I don't know, maybe the better solution here would just be to ask everyone from the beginning what they'd want their pronouns to be. You know, like from early ages and respecting pronoun choices. Maybe that would be good. Who can say? Who can say? I don't know. I'm just saying.
But again, you're being disingenuous because you're not even addressing the rest of the argument, which is the fact that this is shoved into all types and kinds of our entertainment here in the West. And fucking pronouns!
But like, he's like, oh, this is shoved into all kinds. Okay, but you're playing a game made for adults. The game made for adults that is rated for adults is making assumptions that you, an adult, will be able to handle the small imposition of being asked what pronouns and you would like to have used in the game. Would you like to be called a boy or a girl in the game? Like, that's... You're upset about more character customization options. Truly gamer pilled. What is this? Oh god. Pronouns wasn't enough to get outraged about. They're mad at you that you can be gay too. Gross. You can flirt with Sam Coe in Starfield. This is fine if you're a woman, but I always play as myself in a game. This also goes against the story, as Sam is a straight guy, just like yours truly. So why is this option there for males? But like... You pointed it out in your tweet, The Gaming Christian. You pointed it out. It's an option. It's an optional thing. You don't have to choose to flirt with him. It's the last option. I'm the worst. There's hidden depths to you. You really do have the heart of an explorer. Oh, I have my wiles, Mr. Coe. Like, I'm sorry, you can choose any of these options. If you, a straight guy, are threatened by merely the option of flirting with a guy, I have bad news for you and every guy you've ever interacted with. You had the option of flirting with any man you have ever talked to. You have that option. You actually, in any social interaction, could flirt with a man. It's true. It's true. It's true. A lot of people don't know this, but it's true. Now, the reason this person is upset about it, obviously, is because, like, they don't even want to think about the possibility of other people being gay. You know? They would have an aneurysm if they learned you can flirt with people you're not attracted to. Shaloon, don't tell them that, okay? Don't tell the cis heteros that, okay? Don't tell them that. You're giving away too many secrets. Hey, very knifey duck. But like, yeah, no, he's upset. Also, there's so many layers to this tweet. First of all, gross, right? Like, the initial reaction here is, ugh, that's disgusting. A man wanting to flirt with a man? Ugh.
Climate change is indeed for real.
Kyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to Climate Change is for Real. I appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. The white name Scourge must be eradicated. Now, you can flirt with Sam Coe in Starfield. This is fine if you're a woman, but I always play as myself in a game. So, like, again, if you play as yourself in a game, why would that be a problem? Like, if you play as yourself and you are, this goes against the story as Sam is a straight guy, just like me, you know? Okay, well, if you're straight, then you don't have to flirt with him. You don't have to. No one's putting a gun to your head and being like, flirt with him, motherfucker. Flirt. Tell him he looks pretty. Tell him he has soft hands. Ask him what facial creams he uses. Like, no one's doing that, okay? Now, also, again, this goes against the story as Sam is a straight guy. And the note here is bisexuality exists in previous Bethesda games, and the voice actor for Sam has stated he played the character as bisexual. It's just like, but how could he be bisexual? He has a cowboy hat and a beard and a mullet. How could someone like that be bisexual? No, I'm not familiar with the movie Brokeback Mountain. Why do you ask? Why do you ask? Oh god. So why is the option there for males? Huh, I just can't figure it out. He seems like he's straight, but he's also open to being flirted with by me, a man. I can't put together the pieces. It's so confusing. God damn, dude. Look, I can tell perfectly well who's gay and who's not. Okay? If someone is a man and they have big fake titties on, then I can tell. What? If someone's a man and they perform a drag, they must be bisexual. I don't like these thoughts. They're awakening feelings I thought I suppressed in middle school. Gay men aren't real. But yeah, no, look. The only real gay men are apparently flamboyant gay men to a wide swath of people. How can is gay if no rainbow flag? He's wearing a cool brown leather jacket and doesn't have trans pride flag colors. How can I tell? Wait, does that mean anyone could be gay? Oh my god! Like, yeah. Yeah. Oh god. Oh god, I'm sorry. Did you know that you have to option to flirt with men IRL even if you're a man? Even if you're a straight man? I know it's crazy. I suggest you just proceed with the game like I assume you do with most of your daily life and just choose one of the other dialogue options. Straight men don't think about flirting with other men. And like that's so interesting. It's so interesting that this person conceives of dialogue options in RPGs as the character that they're playing's internal thought process, but not the one dialogue option that they choose. They think that as the character they're playing, all of these thoughts go through their head at once. You know, it's the I'm the worst. There's hidden depths to you. You really do have the heart of an explorer. And, oh, I have my wiles, Mr. Coe. Like, just all of those options at once in the player's head. Is that why he's upset? If straight men don't think about flirting with men, is he concerned that this consideration has made him bi? I guess so. If you even think about flirting with men, if you even consider that other people might flirt with men, that makes you a little bit gay. Apparently. Oh, God. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in to this hour-long breakdown of the Starfield pronouns drama. Jesus Christ, how have I been live for almost an hour? Anyway, if you're enjoying the content, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream, you goddamn degenerates, and consider coming on over to riverboat.gg and dropping some subs or donos for the content you squeezed out of you squeezed blood from a stone today. I came here hell-bent on not making content for you and only playing Baldur's Gate.
The video games are turning the men gay.
Tipster, thank you for the $5 dono. And yes, it's true. That's the long-term agenda of the Biden project. I mean, video games. I've said too much. I once thought about flirting with a girl, and wham bam boom, I became the bug. I once thought about, I used to be a straight cis man like you. And then I thought about girl. And then I was gay and trans. And nothing has been the same since. It's true. I played Fallout New Vegas once, and it transed me. Oh my god, Baldur's Gate! Oh my god, it's all making sense. It's just like conservative numerology. It explains everything. I'm sure Jesus loves to play GTA. I bet he does. Jesus seems chill. He hung out with the prostitutes. He knows how to treat them right. Jesus would play GTA as a fully law-abiding citizen. He would never see the end of the actual storyline. When the devil took Jesus out into the desert for 40 days, for 39 of those days, they played GTA together. The devil constantly trying to get him to do murders. Oh, God. I want you to bust in my butt. You have to pay me so much more money to get me to even think about doing such a thing. And can I invent my pronouns? Yes, you can, actually. But also, keep in mind, we live in a society, and I don't know, people who come up with like shit like Nazi gender deserve to be punched. So, create with intention, my friend. Let's see. Oh, also, I made Matt Walsh fans really mad. So Matt Walsh tweeted out about this random lady. I don't know who this lady is, but tweeted her life doesn't revolve around her family and kids. So instead, it revolves around TV shows and pop stars. Worst of all, she's too stupid to realize how depressing this is. Which I thought was needlessly mean-spirited and also just, kind of vacuous in like a kind of a shitposty way. So I tweeted, Matt Walsh's life doesn't revolve around his family and kids. Instead, it revolves around hating trans people and complaining about people liking pop culture. Worst of all, he's too stupid to realize how depressing this is. And I thought that was a pretty fun little jokey joke there, because I think it does a lot to point out how Matt Walsh is a vacuous piece of shit. Yeah, turns out a lot of people were pretty upset about that. Hush. Oh, this person just okay. This person blocked me. But they asked me if I was happy, and I said, yeah. My little joke tweet triggered a lot of snowflakes, and I guess they just got a lot of notifications about the likes or something. I don't know. Whatever. Just like your real life revolves around the delusion that you think you're a woman. You're not, and you never will be one. No matter how much you cut off or how many hormones you take. And it's just like, bruh, I'm gonna be a little petty here and roast this motherfucker for a second. Proud American, whiskey addict, I mean, just like, dude, like the second thing you mentioned is the fact you're an alcoholic. like, like I don't have to dunk on you that hard. You are dunking on yourself there, okay? Second of all, just like it must eat this guy up every single day that he fought for my constitutional right to be a flamboyant faggot trans lady, okay? You know, it eats him up inside that I, a tranny, am benefiting from his years of service defending my rights. Oh god. It like again, this is like the guy in the Starfield video who's losing his shit because culture is leaving him behind and he's upset about that fact, right? You know, I have to deal with all these pronouns now. And this guy, it's even worse because he literally fought for my right, you know, at least, you know, on paper, to be able to be openly trans and gay. And you know what? It eats him alive every day to the point where he has to become an alcoholic. So, you know, I get to be happy kissing the love of my life and being happy and gay and trans, you know, all day, every day. And he just sits alone, I guess, drinking whiskey and shooting guns. I don't know. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Free scrolling. Oh, free scrolling. We had a free scrolling incident. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Also, helpful people also pointing out that Matt Walsh is indeed in favor of, like, teenagers marrying adult men, because that's when they're most, fertile. Hover over username. See pronouns in bio. Don't even respond, or don't even read the post. It's like, yeah, bud, you're responding to my post because you didn't read it. You didn't. I'm sure you're responding because you didn't read it and you're not mad. You know, you're so not mad you left a comment. And then we have the other brand of people like Iris here, who's just like, how do you know he hates? How do you know he's not spending time with his family? And it's just like, well, okay, how does he know anything about this random lady? like, he's making a lot of weird assumptions about this lady that I feel like it's fair for me to make weird assumptions about him, but also they're not really assumptions because I watch his content like all the time and I read what he posts publicly online about, like, basically the only time he talks about his kids are when he is able to use them as, like, talking points about how he indoctrinated them to, like, hate trans people or something. Or when he talks about his wife when he's, like, bragging about doing something really shitty in public, like, I don't know, intentionally breaking, like, a pay it forward chain and, like, or I don't know, like, leaving his wife to do, like, the shopping. Like, I don't know. Like, there's a ton of stuff he's posted over the years where it's just like, he seems like a piece of shit, frankly. But, you know, whatever. What, can't someone have an opinion any these days? Who knows? Bro has 6 kids, including newborn twins, and spends all day saying heinous shit on Twitter. And that's true. He does. He does have a household of 6 children. And instead, he spends all day, every day, thinking up new ways to hate trans people. Saying there are only 2 sexes isn't transphobic. It's science. Something the left likes to say they follow, but they don't. And, like, again, it's not worth engaging with username 1234567. You know, like, it's not, this isn't worthwhile, don't do it. Just mute them and move on. But also, like, I guess it's science, if by science you mean, like, what you learned in 4th grade and then you never did any reading about it, like, past that. You know, and when you went to 4th grade was in, like, the 80s. He literally has a wife and 6 kids and mentions his family in every other broadcast. If you hate Matt Walsh, then go ahead. It's a free country. But for fuck's sake, is it asking too much for you to comprehend the subject matter of which you speak? And it's just like, you know there are bad dads who have a lot of kids, right? Like there are dads who like beat their kids who have like 12 children. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of the like a lot of like the reality television shows about like two parents somehow making it all work with 12 kids, and then like it comes out like a decade later that like half the children on that show were being like molested by different family members. Like one of them was the dad. Like, or like the dad covered up child sex abuse. Which, speaking of, good dad, Matt Walsh, literally wrote an op-ed about how if one of his children came to him and told him that they had been sexually assaulted by another one of his children, he wouldn't call the cops. So, yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Matt Walsh doesn't give a fuck about his family. You can look that one up, by the way. That's real. It exists. And it's horrible. Yeah. You know what? I'll just pull it up on screen so people can't accuse me of making that up. Let's see. Ah, yes. This is from his article, but where's the link to the actual article? I would like the link to that. I found a screenshot from it. Where is it? I think it was in the post. This one? Is it this one? No, it wasn't this one. God damn it. No, it's not the article where he defends Catholic priests from like their massive rape scandal. What is the there was a show where like there's a lot of sex abuse of like the kids, between the kids. Oh god. The Duggars. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yep. Oh, that might be something that got taken off. Internet. Oop, Christian Today might be coming through though. Yeah. Here's Christian Today. Duggars get support from blogger Matt Walsh. So this is part of it, but I would really like to know. Ah, found it. Here it is. Posted on The Blaze in 2015. Christian, the Duggars aren't hypocrites. Progressives are. And, let's see here. Can just scroll to the point here. Okay. 3. I know I'm opening myself up to some serious criticism here, but let me be honest with you. If my own son, God forbid, came to me and admitted to doing what Josh Duggar did, I don't know that I'd immediately run to the cops. Would you? Is it really that simple? The decision to have your child arrested as a sex offender would be an automatic thing for you? Really? I guess I'm just a horrible person then. So, you know, yeah, no, for real. For real. He wrote that in 2015 after it was revealed that Josh Duggar had like been systematically abusing his sisters. And his response to that was, hell, I mean, if my kid came to me and told me that there had been sex abuse going on, I wouldn't call the police. What? You guys think this guy's the good dad? You think that guy's the good dad? You think that guy who like went on to like referee adult diaper wrestling with a neo-Nazi, you think that guy is a good family man? Because if you do, you're going to have to explain how he saw a tattooed swastika on one of the adult babies he was refereeing and just didn't say anything about it. But yeah, did that happen? Yep. It did. You want me to? Yeah, I'll grab the video for it. Yoink. Got that. I had that one ready to go.
Guys over here. Now we have Internay and we have Tater. They're going to be wrestling out here in the cold, in the mud, in diapers. And what's on the line? Now, if Tater wins by pin or submission, he wins tickets to go check out Kicks in Easton, along with 9 other great bands. If Internay wins, if he can somehow take down this giant behemoth, man, he will get
This guy is the one who has the neo-Nazi tattoo.
the opportunity just to spray Crank with mace.
I believe.
This is no. This is not happening with the mace.
It's gonna happen. It's a look. It's something that motivates him. So just beat him, and we'll figure out the mace thing. But just first thing is to beat him. So now, do they have to start in a wrestling position or what? How do you start this? Yeah, how does this work?
I think they just go like 2 gladiators in the arena, man to man, bear to baby Huey.
Sumo? Yeah.
No, because that'll require ripping at the diaper, and I don't want to see the diaper come off.
No, you push. Just push. Okay. No, I think it's got to be pin or submission. Diaper wrestling, Matt and Crank program. On my word, again. Ready?
Nope, I'm not gonna get DMCA'd for that. But yeah, you can actually see the swastika tattoo on the back of this guy in the full video. So, by the way, I did put out a video asking Matt Walsh fans to explain that to me, and the responses I got did not actually explain how Matt Walsh refereeing diaper wrestling for adult men and having him overlook the swastika tattoo that is, again, right in the center frame of this video. I asked them to explain that, and weirdly enough, they were just really transphobic and didn't actually answer that central premise. So I just, just weird family man guy just happens to be refereeing adult diaper wrestling with a neo-Nazi. Just weird stuff. Weird stuff. Anyway, but yeah, I guess it's just too much to ask me to comprehend the subject matter of which I speak. Then we got Jack. This is also just very weird. Like, if you're watching this and you're transphobic, you can't make me feel bad about my name. Like, I literally didn't change my name. My name is the same as my birth. I don't have a dead name. You can't make me feel bad about it. I think he never reported it because he was doing abuse himself and probably taught Josh everything. I mean, I can neither confirm nor deny that, but like Matt Walsh does have sussy comments about, you know, teenage girls getting married to adult men, so. Not saying anything bad happened there, I'm just saying that's a really sussy comment to make. While also saying you wouldn't report one of your sons if they sexually abused one of your daughters, but, you know, whatever. I like Matt Walsh. That "What is a Woman" made liberals look like the communists that they are. And it's just like, man, I wish liberals were communists. I wish Joe Biden was all about getting private businesses into the hands of the working man. I wish that was correct. But also, "What is a Woman" isn't even about communism. It's just, you know, at least on paper, about what a woman is. And it doesn't do a very good job of answering that question, frankly. Matt Walsh is too busy chasing after underage girls. True. As far as I know, my opinion. Yours involved weak take. Matt Walsh just tells the truth. That's why folks hate him. People get ready to throw down when you mess with their delusions. Sure, Uncle Buck. Weak take. By the way, my take is literally just restated and redirected of what he said about a random person. Wild. Yours involves making statements of assumption as though they are facts about someone you don't know because they state facts. And it's just like, bruh. I literally said the same thing about Matt Walsh that Matt Walsh said about a random person. If my statement is that, then certainly his statement is also that. Oh, this person posted this, and I don't know if this will DMCA me, but this was, I listened to about 5 seconds of it. It was pretty funny. Actually kind of like it.
Man, I will melt all of these snowflakes with a laser in my pen. I'm ultra mega. Man, I will speak from unborn babies with the voices in my pen. I'm ultra mega. Man, I will cancel communism with the freedom in my pen. I'm ultra mega. Man, I will drain the swamp creatures with the balls in my pen. I'm a king, bitch. Don't get that shit twisted. Brandon, go to war. Let's have hit drafted and be enlisted. I'm the sickest when I piss my slip, hit my nuclear biscuit. Hear my name, crying. Why lefties pull out signs and picket. When I'm slick, we got elected on that Republican ticket. Tripping, you know where to stick it. As I just sit back and kick it. Now it's cricket. Then it quickly turns explicit. Make it wicked, make it slip. Drip like spigot. Like a king, cause you missed the bitches.
Oh god, it goes on for another 2 minutes. I thought it was almost over.
They planted evidence at my residence. Jealous of our elegance, political elements, artificial intelligence. And I'm telling you, they did not do this to any other presidents. Can't find any precedent.
This is high effort.
Has no relevance. Deep state, deep fakes, hot mic, rock, life, censored, laptop, Nazis, not right. Cowards, can't fight, can't win. Indict, White House, Hunter, cocaine, crack, cut. Mega. Man, I will melt all of these snowflakes with a laser in my pen. I'm ultra mega. Man, I will speak from unborn babies with the voices in my pen. I'm ultra mega. Man, I will cancel communism with the freedom in my pen. I'm ultra mega. Man, I will drain the swamp creatures with the balls in my pen. That's the point.
I need to get a lighter just as a prop so I can hold it up, you know? unironically a banger. I like it. I like it. They put a lot of effort into making this, clearly. But also, can we all just take a moment to admire the Mega Man art that has been edited to be Trump in the Mega Man suit with Ultra Mega MAGA written on it, holding a fucking lightsaber for some reason. Can we please watch MAGA King? Yes. All right. I just thought I thought this was amazing. I needed to share it with you guys. Matt Walsh has, checks notes, 6 young children. You have absolutely no concept of what that requires from both parents. He's also wildly successful, so you calling him stupid is just ignorant. Yes, because as we all know, successful people aren't stupid. Ever. No one who is successful would ever be caught doing something stupid. Also, you're right. I don't know what having 6 kids would be like. But I do have a sneaking suspicion that a lot of that effort to raise those kids is not coming from Matt Walsh. You know, I don't have any facts behind that. It's just, you know, a feeling I got from watching a lot of his content. Oh, and then, the requisite shut the fuck up groomer. You know, boring, lame. Get a new joke. Alternatively, if you believe it, by all means, try it. Let's see. The MAGA King? Okay. Is it this one? Hey, Starry Night.
You get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
I filled my tank today. Would you believe it took 2 days pay? A Putin price tag.
Okay, nope. This isn't it. All right. Is it this one?
We are the MAGA Club.
There's a lot of songs called MAGA King. Okay, but first I want to listen to whatever this is.
Dang right.
We wrote a song about it.
That's our band.
Bow down to your MAGA king and queen. While your blue tears are falling.
Things that haven't aged well for 500, Alex.
MAGA, Ultra MAGA King. We gotta stop the MAGA King. I'm the MAGA King. MAGA, Ultra MAGA King. Get the FBI loaded up. I'm the MAGA King. I had a great relationship with President Xi. He's now president for life. I call him King. He says, no, I am not King. I'm the MAGA King. You know what MAGA stands for? Make America Great Again. Unfortunately, we have so many bad things happening to our country. We can't celebrate until we start winning. 22, which is a few days. We're gonna win in 24. We're taking back that beautiful house. I'm the MAGA King. These guys come at you left and right.
Hey, Gay Fesh.
Bullshit. You've never seen anything like that. And essentially, they don't want to say this, but they said Trump was 100% right. The election was rigged and stolen, and we're not gonna let it happen again. MAGA, Ultra MAGA King. We gotta stop the MAGA King. I'm the MAGA King. MAGA, Ultra MAGA King. Get the FBI loaded up. I'm the MAGA King. Did anybody here vote vote for Biden. If you did, you don't have the courage in this group to admit it. We're long gone from socialism. We're into communism. The only thing they do well is misinformation. It was Russia, Russia, Russia. Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. And then the Mueller witch hunt where the conclusion was no collusion. Do you think Biden could say that? The conclusion was no collusion. You think Biden's gonna get that? Come on, man. He violated a document.
Come on, man.
Every other president takes their documents. I'm the only one. I can't have a document, but everyone else, they got them all over the place. They have them in Chinese restaurants and bowling alleys. You know that, right? But it's okay for them, but not for Trump. MAGA, MAGA, Ultra MAGA, MAGA King. We gotta stop the MAGA King. I'm the MAGA King. And I'm gonna ask a man who's a great man, actually, Kenneth Copeland, to come up and say a prayer.
Well, it's about time. By covenant, this nation belongs to God. Therefore, voting is a sacred trust. And if you don't vote, hush. I was in Jerusalem, where the American embassy is on Donald Trump Avenue. Oh, I like that. I've lived through a lot of presidents. This is the only one I have ever seen that wears red, white, and blue. That's the reason I copied his suit. I copied his suit. That's the reason I copied his suit. I copied his suit. Our first president opened his Bible at the 17th chapter of Genesis, and he bowed his knee, and he said,
I'm the MAGA King. MAGA, MAGA, Ultra MAGA, MAGA King. We gotta stop the MAGA King. I'm the MAGA King.
Hey, don't ooh my hello.
Ultra MAGA, MAGA King. Get the FBI loaded up. I'm the MAGA King.
10 out of 10. That was great. No notes. We need to we need to compile like a playlist of like political music to play for stream. That'd be really fun. Maybe you guys can help me do that in the Discord. Post things in Muzak. I just remembered I have some stuff on the stove. And maybe you will get some content out of me because I need to eat food really badly. Also, just how, like, it's just so cool to have boobs, chat. Like, it's neat. Little things like just how I move around. But, part of it wasn't hot enough yet. But, let's find a thing. Let's find a thing to watch. Huh? Huh? Do 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 do. Let's see. What would be a good thing to react to? Mommy's boobies are life. I know, I love my boobs. They're great. Having boobs is amazing. We could do... I really should have prepped for this, and I didn't do any prep. Whatsoever. Yoink.
Demonstrators.
Not this one. Also, like, I feel like I've watched so much, like, conservative content that I've kind of fucked my algorithm a little bit. When it comes to, like, interesting things. I want kind of, like, funny, dumb. Ideally. Everyone's talking about booba because I boobled. I boobled around quite boobily. Something that won't get me demonetized. What's this?
He didn't care.
Incel now fears being killed for being ugly? Maybe. But later. Here, while I look, we'll just throw this in. Nope, I found it. I found it. I do want to react to the capitalism is good actually video. I'm aware of it, and it wouldn't be the first time we've gone and debunked like a Sabine Hassenfelder video. Could you do an OK Buddy Vouch segment since Voosh won't? I would consider it. I don't know what you guys want out of an OK Buddy Vouch segment. I don't know what you want from me. We could do Helsing abridged. I think we'll do the abridged as subathons. I think we might do those in like a more longer form and focused stream. But guys, one of my favorite underappreciated YouTubers put out a new video. It's called Ancient Americas. And basically, it's all about unearthing kind of the indigenous history that either has been overlooked or, you know, basically not communicated. Because there's an awful lot of it. And it's really, really cool. I've learned about so many different, like, civilizations that I never would have heard of before, like the Olmec. Because of this channel, and it's just really cool. Yeah, highly recommended, by the way. I highly recommend it. Especially, I think a good intro video for them would be the video they did on Cahokia, which was a basically a massive metropolis. Which, you know what? We'll watch that video instead. It's a good intro. Here we go.
Was a band. In 1811, a frontier lawyer and future congressman...
And it's by the way, just super interesting and well-researched, by the way.
Henry Brackenridge was in the city of St. Louis after traveling up the Mississippi.
It's called Ancient Americas.
River. Thanks to the
link.
Louisiana Purchase by Thomas Jefferson, this was the edge of the new frontier. Indeed, Lewis and Clark's expedition had only just returned to the city 4 years earlier, and Brackenridge made a point to document everything about his journey up the river. In doing so, Brackenridge noted a discovery that astonished him. He wrote in his journal,
I crossed the Mississippi at St. Louis, and after passing through the wood which borders the river, about a half a mile in width, entered an extensive open plain. In 15 minutes, I found myself in the midst of a group of mounds, mostly of a circular shape, and at a distance resembling enormous haystacks scattered through a meadow. One of the largest which I ascended was about 200 paces in circumference at the bottom, the form nearly square, though it had evidently undergone considerable alteration from the washing of the rains. The top was level, with an area sufficient to contain several hundred men. Around me, I counted 20 mounds, or pyramids, besides a great number of small artificial elevations. Pursuing my walk along the bank of the Cahokia, I passed 8 others in the distance of 3 miles before I arrived at the principal assemblage. When I reached the foot of the largest mound, I was struck with a degree of astonishment not unlike that which is experienced in contemplating the Egyptian pyramids, and could not help exclaiming, what a stupendous pile of earth! To heap up such a mass must have required years, and the labors of thousands. Were it not for the regularity and design which it manifests, the circumstance of its being on alluvial ground, and the other mounds scattered around it, we could scarcely believe it the work of human hands.
Ooh, Lucy Juice.
What had stunned Brackenridge was the remains of the great ancient city of Cahokia. He would later write to Thomas Jefferson about the site and publish an article in the local St. Louis press. Incredibly, his published accounts of it appear to have been completely ignored by the locals, which is a shame because the site would suffer greatly for it.
Yeah, by the way, I didn't learn about this until well into college, and like the fact that this isn't like the fact that this city isn't known about in like American schools, I think is, I would argue, even a deliberate oversight, you know?
As Brackenridge could plainly see, Cahokia was the greatest city built north of Mexico, and in its heyday, it was a city of over 120 mounds, arranged in large plazas housing a population of 10 to 20,000 people, with thousands of additional people living in the hinterland. The story behind the rise of Cahokia is not just the story of a great city, but the story of a cultural explosion that transformed Eastern North America.
Like, I think part of it is that it just flies in the face of the of basically honestly manifest destiny, you know, kind of the thing that we're kind of implicitly taught in school about, like, well, you know, no one was really here, and the only people who were here were, like, you know, they were just kind of humble folk and living in wandering caravans, and, you know, like, they weren't doing anything with the land. And yeah, it I think the fact that, like, oh no, actually there were cities with tens of thousands of people living in them is a pretty big blow to that concept. Yeah, Batman, we actually we covered that video yesterday. It was great. And by the way, that guy is Alec Gunther, and he's a friend of the show.
Let's check it out.
I'm so hungry.
Cahokia lies along the Mississippi, across from the modern-day city of St. Louis, and that's not a coincidence. For any of you not very familiar with the gateway to the west, St. Louis sits right where the Missouri drains into the Mississippi River. Not only is this area blessed with an abundance of natural resources, but these rivers make it ideal for the transport of people and goods. Making this even more appealing is that at the confluence of the two rivers is a wide floodplain, called the American Bottom. In case you find that term strange, bottom used to be a common term for floodplains, and in this instance, it stuck around, so cut out that snickering.
And it's not It's not used for anything else these days. But, importantly, we need to know where the American tops are.
This is history. We are serious. These floodplains made the area very fertile and well suited for agriculture. Now, Cahokia didn't just pop up out of nowhere. For most of its history, Cahokia was a larger woodland settlement that had been inhabited since 700 CE. Woodland culture had developed out of the Archaic around 800 BCE in eastern North America and was characterized by small settlements practicing agriculture, hunting, fishing, and foraging. Late woodland communities were fairly insular, and for the most part, there wasn't much interaction between settlements. By the time Cahokia was founded, or Old Cahokia as it's referred to in the late woodland period, the times were changing. After the introduction of the bow and arrow from the west around 700 CE, give or take, communities began to increasingly cluster in villages, which necessitated an increased reliance on agriculture. During this time, Old Cahokia was a larger woodland settlement, and after about 900 CE, it began to grow steadily as more and more people moved in. By the way, the name Cahokia is not the original indigenous name. The name actually
Gayfesh, was Bottoms good?
comes from the tribe that was living there when the French first explored the area. The original indigenous name has unfortunately been lost to time. Because of the floodplains, Cahokia had plenty of productive and fertile land for crops, especially maize. Maize, or corn as English speakers colloquially call it, was far more productive than anything else woodland peoples had previously cultivated. That's not to say that maize hadn't been around in the late woodland period. It was there, but it was farmed sparingly, and it wasn't a staple crop. It's not until the late woodland, early Mississippian period that this changes. This may be because, in part, at 950 CE, the medieval warm period began and turned the American bottom into a warmer and wetter area that allowed maize crops to thrive. So just to recap, at 1000 CE, Cahokia was a prosperous...
That's right, everybody. Go follow Gayfesh. Get the review on Bottoms. Are they as good as Tops? Are most of them people who claim to be switches? You'll get the lowdown over on Gayfesh's stream.
Settlements steadily growing in size and farming maize more and more intensively in a very fertile area. Longtime viewers of this channel should know that when maize begins to take off, things have a tendency to change profoundly, and I'll just say now that you won't be disappointed here. Around 1050, for reasons that are not entirely understood, everything at Cahokia changed abruptly. This is one of those moments where we can only frustratingly speculate at what caused such an incredible change. Perhaps some charismatic leader inspired other Cahokians with a vision. Maybe Cahokia reached a tipping point.
Yeah, learning the language, you understand that these peoples had poets, explorers, warriors, good, bad, etc. We don't really realize how vibrant the Americas were pre-colonially. Yeah. You know, because reckoning with the fact that there were these vibrant civilizations and, you know, complicated relationships between societies, like, that would ruin the whole narrative of, like, Manifest Destiny, right? And, yeah, there's also a really good video on this channel about, I believe, a pre-colonial explorer, what was his name? Where he at? Ah, yes. The Incredible Journey of Moncocte Ape, which I'm butchering and I apologize, but this video also highly recommend. God.
In food surplus and population and had to reorganize. Dr. Timothy Paucatat has theorized that the appearance of the supernova SN 1054, which was recorded worldwide in the year 1054, may have been seen as a cosmic sign by the Cahokian leadership, and perhaps this was a catalyst in the justification of the new order. While this is very speculative and unprovable, it is, I think, an interesting coincidence. By the way, if you have a telescope, you can still see the remains of this terrific supernova when you zoom into the Crab Nebula. Nearly 1,000 years ago, that thing would have been visible in the daylight. Whatever the reason, seemingly out of nowhere, Cahokia exploded in size, and I do not exaggerate. Old Cahokia had a population of perhaps 2,000 people during the late Woodland, but it would grow to a city of more than 10,000 in just decades. To accommodate this sudden swell in population, the site underwent a complete redesign. Old Cahokia was razed, and in its place, a new planned city began to take shape that would be dominated by huge mounds, plazas, and causeways. These changes were so startlingly abrupt that it shouldn't come as a surprise to learn that archaeologists refer to this moment as the Big Bang of Cahokia.
God damn it, you guys are so horny. You guys are so horny. Who made you so horny?
Now let's get out our magnifying glasses and dissect this Big Bang. First of all, who was migrating to Cahokia and why? If we look at the early pottery at the site, we can gain some insight into this. Early pottery at Cahokia is fairly diverse in style, which means that people from outside the area were moving in and taking their cultural traditions with them. Among them, people of the Coles Creek culture in modern Louisiana and Plum Bayou culture in modern Arkansas. Cahokia-style pottery even shows up at some of those sites as well, showing that there were older connections. A good example of this migration can be seen in the decline of the impressive Toltec Mound site in central Arkansas. Now, just to clear something up, especially for you Mesoamerican enthusiasts out there, there's no connection between the Toltec Mound site in Arkansas and the Toltec Empire in Mexico. That's a modern name, and one that shows us that enthusiastic archaeologists of ages past did not always come up with the most clear and precise names. Oh well.
We're learning
the
about
Toltec
a
Mound site was a
pre-colonial city in called Cahokia.
Abandoned around 1050, just as Cahokia was starting to take off, and it's likely that many of the inhabitants made their way up the river to find a new home in Cahokia. Like any great urban settlement, Cahokia was taking in new people from near and far. These people would have also brought their own rituals, traditions, and political organization. Cahokia was likely a multi-ethnic and multilingual melting pot of people. As Cahokia grew, it spilled across the river through modern-day East St. Louis and into St. Louis. But sadly, almost nothing remains of the great mounds of the St. Louis and East St. Louis sites. They've since been leveled and swallowed up by urban sprawl. Besides those, other satellite communities have been documented all over Cahokia's hinterland. Some of these were brand new settlements, and others were previous woodland settlements that were absorbed into the Cahokian sphere. Now that we have a rough idea of who was coming into Cahokia, let's look at the why. As I mentioned earlier, Cahokia's floodplains offered a fantastic location for farming. It was also ideally located for trade and transport since it was very close to the confluence of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers. And yet, there are other floodplains along the Mississippi and other similar confluences, but there was only one Cahokia. Why was that? It turns out Cahokia was much more than just a tidy spot to settle on the river. It was forging a new, vibrant, and appealing culture, which likely played an important role in drawing in people from afar. The Big Bang was just as much a cultural shift as it was a demographic one. Cahokia wasn't just a big city. It was the center of a new order, a Mississippian order. These sudden changes touched almost every aspect of life, and they can be seen in everything from houses, pottery, art, consumption, and burials. Let's take a quick look at some of these changes. A good example of this is in the construction of houses. Previously, woodland houses had been constructed by digging individual post holes before inserting posts and constructing the rest of the house. Suddenly, Cahokians ditched this method and began digging wall trenches to build houses. This allowed workers to prefabricate walls on the ground before setting them into the trench, perfect for planning and quick construction. These are a trademark of Cahokian and later Mississippian culture. Also, a distinct style of pottery called Ramian-sized pottery emerges as the signature style at Cahokia.
Sorry, I had to pick something out of my teeth in a very unsexy way.
These were clay pots created with a shell temper and incised with sticks, reeds, stone, or bone implements. These incised designs show a rich cosmology through a variety of cosmograms. These pots served as both domestic as well as ritual functions and were so prized by people outside of Cahokia that foreigners imitated and adopted this style. Another important element of Cahokia was the game of Chunky. What is Chunky, you may be asking? Chunky was a game played by rolling a puck-like chunky stone across the ground. Two players with long javelin-like sticks would gauge the roll and path of the stone and throw their sticks as close to the stone's final resting point as possible. Think of it like horseshoes, except you have to throw the horseshoe at a moving stake. This game held very important ritual significance to Cahokia and to later Mississippian people, but it was also a beloved spectator sport, and later historical accounts state that it was even rife with gambling. Something to note about Chunky and Cahokia is that a distinct style of chunky stone was developed at Cahokia, which is characterized by a polished concave stone disc. You can see examples of these here. These chunky stones are going to be an important calling card of Cahokia. In art, there are unique naturalistic flint clay statues of...
It's so cool. I wonder if it's at all related to, what's that game with the, on the ice with the stone? Where, like, they go in front and sweep it? You guys know what I'm talking about? Hey, Nomad. What's it called? Curling. Thank you, Shaloon.
Of culture heroes, gods, and goddesses that provide tantalizing glimpses into Cahokian mythology. Along with these beautiful works of art, a new style and elaboration of art and iconography began to germinate at Cahokia that would be exported far abroad. This style is referred to as the SECC, the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex. Now, that term is a bit of a misnomer because when it was coined back in the 1940s, the southeastern United States was seen as the epicenter of this complex, but we now know that the SECC had its origins around the Mississippi. Now, I do want to note that some of these symbols and motifs do have pre-Mississippian antecedents, but we shouldn't automatically assume that their meaning and application remained constant. Like many other cultural symbols across the world, they were likely developed, elaborated, and perhaps even reinvented by Cahokia, but we'll get into more detail on that later. What's important is that Cahokia was pioneering a vibrant new way of life. To people who had grown up in small, isolated woodland settlements, Cahokia must have seemed like an alluring and grand experiment full of wonder. With all that under our belts, let's take a look at the landscape of Cahokia. When Cahokia was planned out, it was laid out on an orthogonal design, offset about 5 degrees from true north. The reason for this offset is not understood, but it's clear that the city's layout adheres to this axis. With this master plan, the people of Cahokia built mounds the scale of which had never been seen before or since. Atop these...
Yeah, like, some of the artist renderings of Cahokia are just, like, incredible to look at, you know? Like, just even trying to, like, grasp how big a settlement like this would have been.
These mounds would have been elite houses, community buildings, and religious shrines and temples. Before we start diving into the features of the site, we need to make a few distinctions between the different types of mounds. There are 3 types of mounds at the site: platform mounds, conical mounds, and ridge-top mounds. Platform mounds were flat-topped mounds that would have been topped with a building of some type. These types of mounds are nothing new, and there are similar mounds at earlier sites, such as the Toltec Mound site we discussed earlier. Conical mounds also have some historical precedent as well from earlier cultures, particularly from Hopewell and Adena sites. These are believed to have been burial mounds for local elites, but may have had other functions too. The last type of mound at the site, ridgetop mounds, are a Cahokia original. With perhaps 1 or 2 exceptions, they are not found anywhere else in the eastern United States. These mounds get their name from the pointed roof-shaped top that they have, although today these mound tops have been eroded and smoothed over by the march of time. Now that we have that out of the way, let's look at the site in more detail and start at the most prominent feature, Monk's Mound. If you're curious about where the name comes from, it's because Trappist monks settled at the site in the 18th century. Its construction actually began in the days of Old Cahokia around 950 CE, and over the centuries it grew bigger and bigger until the final construction phase at about 1150. The mound is the largest pyramid north of Mesoamerica, rising to a height of 30 meters with a base of 291 meters by 236 meters. And let me tell you, the view from the top will take your breath away. Literally. I can tell you from personal experience that it's a long climb and you'll be huffing and puffing when you reach the top. The mound is aligned to the city's north-south axis like other monuments at the site. It had a total of 4 terraces, which you can see here. These would have had their own buildings on top of them. There's compelling evidence to suggest that the second terrace was once part of the summit that collapsed and then was refinished in its current position. At the mound's summit would have stood a large structure, most likely an elite residence of the Cahokian leader. Excavations have uncovered post holes and wall remains which can give us a vague idea of the building's dimensions. Building the mound was a truly colossal undertaking. All the earth for this mound would have been moved by hand and transported in baskets and piled up slowly but surely. And don't get the idea that people were just piling up dirt. Cores taken from the mound show that specific soils and clays were used in different layers, and these likely had both structural as well as aesthetic purposes. For example, clay layers were probably added to aid in runoff. Recent estimates have put the volume of the entire structure at 740,000 cubic meters, or 26 million cubic feet. That's a lot of dirt. Probably too much, actually, because despite all that care and engineering, the mound has unfortunately suffered from sagging and erosion. Turns out that earth piled that high does not always like to stay in place. Even today, Monk's Mound requires maintenance to combat this and to preserve its shape. If you're curious where all the dirt for this and the other mounds came from, it was dug locally, and you can actually see the remains of those pits today. These barrow pits formed depressions in the landscape, and many of them have become small ponds. To the west of Monk's Mound is another important but sometimes overlooked part of the Cahokian landscape, the Woodhenge. Now, we've seen woodhenges on this channel before. One of the earliest examples we already covered at Poverty Point, and such monuments were also erected by the later Hopewell culture in the first centuries of the Common Era. Like its ancient and distant ancestors, the Woodhenge was a series of wooden posts, likely around 6 meters tall, arranged in a circle. The monument was constructed to observe astronomical events, particularly the equinoxes and solstices. The Woodhenge was first built around 1100 CE, and was actually rebuilt several times over the next century in...
I know! The entire thing is just full of double entendres. You must be strong, chat. You must be strong. No giggling.
Slightly different sizes, ranging from 73 meters in diameter to 145 meters at its largest arrangement. The placement to the west of Monk's Mound is not a coincidence. From the center point of the Woodhenge, the equinox sun would have risen from the center of Monk's Mound, which would have been powerfully symbolic. While we're on the west side, let's push a little further. Until the 1930s, the second tallest mound at the site stood there, the Powell Mound. The story of the Powell Mound is a tragic tale, and one that's shared by many a mound, not just at Cahokia, but in East St. Louis and St. Louis as well. The mound was originally a huge ridge-top mound about 94 meters long and over 13 meters high. The state of Illinois had actually made an effort to purchase the mound from the Powell family, but the family had not been wanting to sell unless the entire property was bought, a prospect that the state was unwilling or unable to do at the time. The Powell family had also offered to allow excavation of the mound for a rather large fee, but at the time, the lack of finance failed to bring about any such work. Little public interest also prevented additional funds from being raised. Fearing that eminent domain would be used, the family hired a company to level the mound via steam shovel to fill in a low depression nearby. Incidentally, that depression was likely the source of all the mound's dirt. In December of 1930, archaeologists could only watch in horror as the mound was carted away. Archaeologists were able to make some quick observations and note some burials, but not much else. With almost no public outcry, the second largest mound at the site was lost forever. But let's get back to the monuments that are still there. South of Monk's Mound would have been the Grand Plaza. Excavations have shown that this expanse was meticulously leveled out, smoothed, and topped with a sandy soil to provide solid footing. In some places, as much as 3 feet of earth had to be added to achieve this. The Grand Plaza was likely used for public rituals, feasts, games, dancing, and other public gatherings. This space was especially fine-tuned for public speaking, and reportedly the acoustics are good enough that you can hear a good speaker from the top of Monk's Mound on a quiet day. Commerce may have also occurred here, but that's still debated. One important and iconic activity that would have happened here was chunky games. The plaza provided a perfect surface for the sport.
Let's
the
go!
The plaza is interrupted by a few smaller mounds that likely contained buildings and burials. As impressive as the Grand Plaza is, it's not the only plaza at the site. There are also plazas to the north, east, and west that likely served similar...
I mean, people probably make pyramids so much because it's easy to make them big. You know, like you can make them big. Make building big. Stable building big, you know?
Functions as the Grand Plaza. These four plazas likely represented the cardinal directions, which were very important to Mississippian cosmology, and this design likely signified the four corners of the earth. This theme is also represented in ancient art as a cross in the middle of a circle. On the eastern side, there's actually a second plaza that was likely constructed after the palisade was built in the middle of the eastern plaza, but we'll talk more about that later. Of particular interest in this area is Mound 34, which was constructed near the end of the 11th century. This mound was excavated back in the 50s, and it turned up a variety of SECC artifacts from all over the Mississippian world, such as engraved whelk shells and effigy shark teeth from the Gulf Coast, arrowheads from Arkansas, and even the remains of a copper workshop. To the south of the Grand Plaza are two of the larger mounds at the site, the Twin Mounds. Mound 59 is a conical mound about 12 meters tall that is believed to have been a mortuary mound. Mound 60 right next door is over 12 meters high and likely held an elite residence or possibly a charnel house on top. If you're curious what a charnel house is, it's a structure meant to inter the dead before a later burial. There are actually historical accounts from later Mississippian cultures that document instances of charnel houses on raised platforms near conical burial mounds, and it's possible that this is what we're seeing here. While researching this, I was really surprised to find that very little excavation has been done on these mounds, so there isn't much archaeology to discuss. But that's not the case with our next stop, because just beyond the Twin Mounds lies what is debatably the most important mound at the site in archaeological terms, the excitingly named Mound 72. Mound 72 is a ridgetop mound that has been reduced by centuries of erosion and plowing. At first, no one really bothered to give it much attention, and it's not hard to see why. It's not even 2 meters in height, and I even once read in a book that one of the first maps of the site left it completely off. But don't let first impressions fool you. There is so much written on this that I could have made an entire episode about Mound 72 alone. In 1967, archaeologist Melvin Fowler first excavated the mound. He was actually interested in the mound because he noticed that it lined up perfectly with the equinoxes rather than Cahokia's grid, and that the center line from Monk's Mound went directly through it. He predicted that there would be a marker post lined up to that center line. Incredibly, he found what he was looking for. There was a post, which was actually part of an earlier woodhenge dating all the way back to Old Cahokia. The woodhenge was terminated with the rest of Old Cahokia, and the mound was eventually built over the northeast section of the former woodhenge so that it aligned with the summer solstice sunset and the winter solstice sunrise. As cool as that is, it's not even the most interesting part of Mound 72, not by a long shot. Unbeknownst to Fowler and his team, the mound had been constructed over a few smaller burial mounds that contained elite burials. These burials were made over several decades, and they were likely venerated long after by their descendants. The most prominent burial excavated contained a man buried on a blanket of over 20,000 shell beads from the Gulf Coast, all in the shape of a falcon or thunderbird. In this beaded burial, as it was later called, there were a few copper tablets, mica sheets, chunky stones, and hundreds of arrowheads. Several other burials were also interred with him, possibly his retainers or kin. To this day, this is one of the richest burials ever found in the United States. It's very impressive on its own. But things took a grisly turn when archaeologists unearthed some sacrificed bodies in the mounds. And not just a few of them, no. Mound 72 has over 270 bodies interred in it.
What?
Most of them were sacrificed. Some of them even appear to have been buried alive. Yikes. A large number of these sacrificial victims were young women in their late teens and early 20s. Now, some instances of human sacrifice in the eastern United States were documented by settlers, notably among the Pawnee and the Natchez peoples, but these instances never approached the dramatic scale seen at Mound 72. Sacrifice on this scale was completely unknown north of Mesoamerica, but it was happening at Cahokia, and it shows the power that the elites commanded over the local population. Another interesting thing about many of the female victims is that we know from dental and bone analysis that they were not eating particularly well. They were subsisting primarily on maize, which probably means that they came from a poor background. We can also tell from strontium analysis that many of them were not local. It's unknown if these women were attendants, slaves, captives, or people offered up as tribute from outer satellite communities. What is typically agreed upon is that this ritualized violence was part of an elaborate political and ritual theater meant to aggrandize elites and impress commoners. Even more interesting is that these burials date from the very beginning of New Cahokia, around 1050 CE. Even before the great mounds were raised, the politics at Cahokia were incredibly complex, its leaders immensely powerful. And Mound 72 isn't an isolated instance. It's just the best and most thoroughly studied instance. It actually follows a pattern among other ridgetop mounds at the site. Sadly, many of these have been destroyed and were only hastily excavated in salvage operations long ago, before modern techniques in carbon dating were available. However, these salvage excavations did confirm that these were mortuary mounds buried with honored dead as well as other sacrificial victims. And while we're on the topic of ridgetop mounds, let's look at the largest one that still survives. At the very south of Cahokia is Mound 66, affectionately called the Rattlesnake Mound for the pit viper nests that long infested it, and presumably warded off would-be exploits by Indiana Jones. By length, this ridgetop mound is the second largest mound.
Good job,
at the site.
pit vipers.
It measures about 150 by 60 meters and has a height of about...
The snakes are just trying to protect our burial sites from no good grave robbers, okay?
About 9 to 10 meters. It was built along an east-west axis instead of the north-south axis. The mound was originally excavated back in the 1920s by Warren King Moorhead, and some 140 burials were found inside, but they were in a very poor state of preservation. Excavations also showed that this mound was built up fairly quickly, but I've never seen any solid dating of this mound in my research. Some have speculated from the mound's fill that this mound may have been one of the earliest structures at Cahokia from which the site was laid out. What makes this idea even more intriguing is that the Rattlesnake Mound is connected to Monk's Mound by a large causeway running along the main axis of the site, which was likely a ceremonial procession path. There are many other mounds and features we could talk about, but we've got a lot more to cover. If you're interested in the nitty-gritty details, I'd recommend picking up a copy of William Eisminger's book, Cahokia Mounds, America's First City. He'll gladly take you through the weeds and turn over every stone at the site for you. It's a good read, even for the interested layman. You don't have to be an archaeologist to enjoy it. Now that we have a good idea of what Cahokia looked like, let's discuss what life would have been like there. A city this big needs food, and agriculture was central to Cahokia's existence. We already know that maize was the primary staple crop and an important part of the diet, but it wasn't the only star of the show. The eastern woodlands had long had its own agricultural tradition, which is referred to in the literature as the Eastern Agricultural Complex. This made use of such plants as squash, sunflower, little barley, maygrass, marsh elder, and knotweed, and Cahokia continued cultivating these crops. The Eastern Agricultural Complex is definitely worth more in-depth treatment, but that's for another episode. Interestingly, beans were never cultivated at Cahokia, and they only appear in the archaeological record after Cahokia declines. Along with this, small and large game, fish, and waterfowl were also hunted to provide meat. Farms and satellite communities spread out into the hinterland around Cahokia to help feed this huge population. The average Cahokian lived in a wattle and daub house with a semi-subterranean foundation and a thatched roof. As I mentioned earlier, these are easy to spot in the archaeological record because these houses
Thanks for making the jump over to riverboat.gg. I appreciate it.
All had wall trenches. You can easily see their outlines in the earth if you dig down. By the way, for those who aren't familiar with the term wattle and daub, It's a method of construction where a lattice of wood and sticks is covered with some type of soil or sand or clay mixture. It's a fairly common method of house construction seen all over the ancient world, not just at Cahokia. Certain houses or structures also featured a T-shaped design, but the function of these buildings isn't fully understood. Houses would have been constructed around a small plaza or courtyard. Another feature of neighborhoods would have been the circular sweat baths in which people would have ritually cleansed themselves. Outside of Cahokia proper, people would have lived in smaller satellite communities which were organized and constructed in the same manner as Cahokia's neighborhoods. Population estimates for Cahokia proper vary a bit, but most scholars agree that 15,000 is a reasonable estimate, with thousands more living in suburban communities. People at Cahokia were bonded by important cultural practices and ceremonies. First and most obvious among these was the construction of the site's mounds.
Aw.
Welcome
You may
to
wonder
chat,
why
friendo. First rule of chat: there is no escape from BWA.
BWA indeed, friend. Paladin, thank you so much for the gifted sub. And also, folks, if you're enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the stream on YouTube, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is what helps me to live and continue making content for you guys. Thanks.
people would have signed up for this backbreaking work, but there's actually a telling clue in the garbage pits that have been excavated at the site. Yes, garbage pits, archaeological gold mines. You see, Cahokians were repeatedly feasting within the city. Remains of deer, grouse, fish, fruit, stews, tobacco seeds, and broken dishes in huge numbers show that the people of Cahokia were partying hard. These feasts were probably associated closely with larger ceremonies, chunky games, and the redistribution of local surplus to allies. Those Ramian-sized pots we described earlier were likely given away at such ceremonies to visitors from near and far. The local crowds attracted to this would have constituted a huge labor force. Underpinning all of this ceremony and labor, however, was religion, and this was vital to ancient life at Cahokia. Reconstructing early Mississippian religion is challenging, but by combining archaeology with what historical accounts tell us of later indigenous people of eastern North America, we can draw some conclusions. I'm going to be highlighting the elements that we can really pin down at Cahokia. Mississippian beliefs and mythology really deserves its own episode. That said, one important figure in later Mississippian mythology is the Birdman, or Thunderbird. These figures are usually depicted as warriors with a beaked nose and striped eyes. Examples of birdmen can be found at Cahokia, most famously on this tablet excavated from Monk's Mound. But recall the beaded burial in
Were any of them named Harvey?
Mound 72. The beaded cape was fashioned in the shape of a falcon, and it might be the case that the elites at the city made efforts to associate themselves with the Thunderbird. Another figure that appears in Cahokian art is the Mississippian culture hero Redhorn, sometimes known by the longer but much more descriptive name He Who Wears Human Head Earrings. Actually, human head earrings with long noses, an important feature of Redhorn's appearance, hence the name, have been found at and around Cahokia. Later historical accounts of Mississippian peoples also note an association with their chiefs and the sun, and this dovetails rather nicely with the Woodhenge alignments that we saw earlier. Remember, from the Woodhenge, the rise of the summer equinox would have been seen coming from Monk's Mound, likely from the chief's own house. It would have been some powerful symbolism. Another series of artifacts that can cue us into Cahokian beliefs are the female flint clay figurines that we mentioned earlier. These figurines depict female figures, perhaps mother goddesses or earth goddesses, and what is most interesting is that they're usually depicted with crops. In some instances, these crops literally sprout from their bodies. What role these goddesses played in Cahokian beliefs is not entirely certain, but they were likely linked with agricultural fertility, especially when we consider that most of these figurines were recovered from the city's periphery, its breadbasket, so to speak, rather than within the city itself. Speaking of agriculture, the intensification of maize farming may have had an impact on religion. Anyone who's ever grown maize knows that it's a demanding crop that needs the right amount of water at the right time, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that water and rain became an important element to Cahokian religion, and there's some interesting evidence for this. 24 kilometers east of Cahokia is the Emerald Site, a small mound site that once housed a religious complex near a natural spring. Excavations show that this site was built up as Cahokia rose in prominence and power. It's also marked by the lunar alignments of the mounds, so we can see an emphasis not just on water, but the moon too. The Emerald site was an important location for Cahokian ritual because a processional causeway connecting it to Cahokia was recently discovered. This was likely used as a pilgrimage route for important lunar events. Even more interesting at the site is that many of the buildings show termination rituals and even a human sacrifice involving water. This is compelling evidence that water held power and sanctity, and we're going to see what happens later when that water begins to diminish. Incomplete as this picture is, we can still get an idea of a very rich spiritual and cultural life that everyone at Cahokia would have participated in. Let's take a step back and look at the wider picture. Cahokia was a juggernaut, and its influence over the emerging Mississippian world was nothing short of incredible. Traces of Cahokia's influence can be seen as far south as Louisiana, as far north as Wisconsin, as far west as Oklahoma, and as far east as Georgia. One easy way to see this is through trade. I should note here that most archaeologists believe that commerce was not central to Cahokia's prosperity or influence or appeal, but it still played a role nonetheless. Exotic materials such as marine shells from the Gulf Coast, mica and quartz crystal from the Appalachians, sandstone from Wisconsin, and copper from the Great Lakes were transported to Cahokia. Finished materials such as arrowheads, axes, blades, and exotic pottery have also been found at Cahokia, though they're not very common. Coming from Cahokia were Ramey incised pots, long-nosed god ear ornaments, Cahokia-style chunky stones, flint clay statuettes, and Cahokia-style points and tools. This exchange might look like everyday trade, but this is actually part of a far larger cultural intrusion by Cahokia into the lands beyond. Nowhere is this more pronounced than the northern Mississippi. Around 1100, northern sites from western Wisconsin all the way to southeastern South Dakota show unmistakable evidence of contact with Cahokia and a resulting cultural shift. The exact reasons for this are debated. It's possible that colonists from Cahokia migrated north and established new Cahokia-style settlements, or that people from northern territories visited Cahokia and brought back with them new ideas that transformed their homeland.
I wonder if a large part of the mounds was that when you built mounds, right? Like you could provide protection from flooding. You know, and the higher up you are on the mound, the less you have to rebuild if there's a devastating flood, you know? I wonder if that played a role. Like if you're rich enough to be able to build a mound that can provide that public service. I don't know.
Regardless, this transformation was rapid, just like the Big Bang had been at Cahokia.
I've been through the ringer
Mississippian
sleep.
culture bursts onto
been
the
a rough
scene
go.
and just subsumes previous cultures.
Last
the
month
best
and a half.
example of this is the Aztlan site in southern Wisconsin. And no, there's no relation to the mythical Aztlan or the Aztecs, so don't ask me in the comments. Just
yeah, I had to put down my dog, and my mom's been having a lot of health problems, and got kicked off of. Didn't get kicked off of, but lost the contract I've been working on for organizing. So it's been a rough go lately. Yeah. But I'm doing okay. I had a really lovely day. I'm doing okay. I'm doing good, and things are gonna be okay. Hey, Bill Casey. Yeah, it's been rough though.
Just another case of poor naming. Prior to 1050, the locals here had built effigy mounds like other people in southern Wisconsin and eastern Iowa. After 1050, Aztlan suddenly emerges as a Cahokia-style settlement with mounds, plazas, wall trench houses, and Cahokia-style artifacts. Local styles still continued, but the fact that they're mixed up with Cahokia artifacts shows that this was a sudden intrusion very early in Cahokia's history and not a gradual change.
Iowa, baby!
It really brings into focus the influence Cahokia.
Yeah, there was just some differences in the given project I was working on that made me continuing very difficult, so I stepped away at the end of my 2-month contract. And I'm looking forward to working with Progressive Victory in the future. It just couldn't continue on the project I was working on. And I'm not going to go into more details on that.
Cahokia wielded. Aztlan is not an isolated example. To the south, Cahokian influence can clearly be seen from Spiro in Oklahoma to Shiloh in Tennessee.
I appreciate
just to name
y'all,
a few
though.
specific locations.
Like it'd be a lot scarier if I didn't like have you guys in my corner, you know? You guys are what like make me like when I'm laying awake and anxious at night and I'm staring up at the ceiling and I go, "It's gonna be okay." That's because of you guys. So I really appreciate that more than what I can put into words.
By 1300, Mississippian culture had diffused all over the southern United States and upper Midwest, and Cahokia played a huge role in legitimizing this new order. As glorious as Cahokia was, it couldn't last forever. Already at 1100, the gap between upper and lower classes began to widen, and factionalism was probably increasing. However, this is actually the period where we can date most of the site's mound construction. This construction spree likely displaced many people from their homes as new mounds and wood henges were constructed. When new houses were constructed, they paid less attention to the city's grid layout.
Guys, it's not the end of my collaboration with Progressive Victory. Like 10,000% not. It's just that there were some issues on a project I was working on. But it's an amicable parting. So don't you guys worry about that.
This time, there doesn't seem to be any signs of internal conflict. By 1150, however, there were signs that Cahokia was beginning to face serious challenges. The most glaring change is the huge palisade Cahokia built to enclose about 200 acres of the central precinct. This wooden daub-covered palisade was over 2,800 meters long and between 3 and 4.5 meters high. Bastions and L-shaped gates were stationed at regular intervals along the palisade. The construction of these fortifications represented an enormous expenditure of labor and resources. It's estimated that 15,000 to 20,000 logs would have been needed for the palisade. And if you think that's where it ends, you're in for a surprise, because that palisade was built and rebuilt 4 times during Cahokia's history. Although no evidence for an attack on Cahokia has ever been found, these walls were clearly a high priority, and it shows that Cahokia had enemies, most likely other Mississippians. Warfare was becoming a concern, and not just at Cahokia. This trend is mirrored all over the wider Mississippian world. At Aztlan, for example, an equally impressive palisade was erected around this same time. The palisade at Cahokia would have also had profound social...
I think about you guys when I'm not streaming, you know, like... Yeah. I worry about you guys, and I hope you're okay. A little parasocial Reno is a treat.
Consequences, because it cut directly through neighborhoods and public spaces. Those living within the walls were clearly differentiated from those living outside, although they still would have been allowed inside for public events and ceremonies, as well as when the city was under attack. Even more alarming than the erection of the fortifications was the fact that the population was beginning to shrink by 1200. In the decades after 1200, Cahokia was severely depopulated, and only had a population of about 3,000 to 4,500, down from its peak population of perhaps 15,000 people. Whatever appeal Cahokia had had 2 centuries earlier had faded,
God damn
and
it,
people
Gay
were
Fresh.
now leaving in droves. Without a large
Hey,
population
Chaotic
to
Kitten.
support it, Cahokia imploded like
doing?
a star at the end of its life. By 1350, the city was completely abandoned, as well as most of the American bottom. What caused this precipitous decline? Unfortunately, Cahokia's decline and its final demise are just as mysterious as its rise. Many causes have been suggested, and we'll take a look at these real quick. First, and perhaps most common, is that Cahokia's incredible population depleted its local resources. In particular, forests would have been felled in huge numbers.
But also, keep in mind, like, this city was around longer than, like, America has existed. Like, the United States has existed as a concept.
For construction material and firewood. Remember, the palisade alone would have required huge
cool.
amounts of lumber. Archaeologists have speculated since the 90s that this mistake would have resulted in erosion and localized flooding episodes that would have catastrophically wiped out young crops. However, in recent years, this theory has been reevaluated and challenged by recent archaeological work at Cahokia, which has shown that no such flooding occurred. Others have pointed out that changes in climate and drought episodes had an impact not just on Cahokian harvests, but on people's faith in the leadership. According to these proponents, the end of the medieval warm period in 1200 CE and a series of prior droughts had a calamitous impact on the local agriculture, and that this in turn discredited the Cahokian leadership's ability to intercede with the gods. This could have possibly coincided with a wider political decline as well. Former satellite communities might have broken away from Cahokia's control, depriving Cahokia of their resources. Others have suggested that warfare and conflict contributed to Cahokia's fall. Obviously, warfare and conflict were a concern of later Cahokians because they went to huge lengths to fortify their city. As I mentioned earlier, no direct evidence of warfare exists at Cahokia, though warfare would become rampant among Mississippians in the post-Cahokian world. However, at the nearby East St. Louis site, salvage archaeology has revealed that much of the site was burned down around the same time that the fortifications in Cahokia were going up. Whether this was the result of an attack or an accident is unknown. An interesting coincidence, but hardly a smoking gun. Some have suggested that Cahokia's huge, dense population was at a higher risk of disease due to the effects of poor sanitation, a challenge faced by all ancient urban populations worldwide. And indeed, there is some evidence to suggest that as Cahokia grew, the health of the common people suffered. Whatever the case, Cahokia was a ghost town by 1350. You may be wondering what happened to the tens of thousands of people that had formerly populated Cahokia and its hinterland. Although it's impossible to trace the descendants of Cahokia with certainty, it's likely that the ancestors of later Siouan speakers, such as the Osage, the Kansa, the Ponca, the Quapaw, and the Omaha, likely migrated from the American bottom to the west and south. With them, they took those hallmarks of Cahokia's culture, like chunky, urban planning, and its ceremonial and political practices. This emigration was so complete that the American bottom was nearly emptied of all serious habitation until about 1500. Oddly, however, no surviving oral histories speak about Cahokia or anything like it, and I have personally found this very puzzling. How could such an incredible time in history not be remembered in legend? I think, however, it's important to remember that just because we admire a moment in time doesn't always mean that people who lived through it did. Cahokia may have been something imperfect or even oppressive that people didn't care to remember. Or perhaps oral histories did survive for centuries only to fade later. We'll never know. And that's going to wrap us up for today, and I appreciate you sticking around to the end.
Yeah, Ancient Americas is such a good channel for learning about this stuff. Yeah, Chaotic Kitten. Here, I'll just throw the link in Twitch chat again. Boop. 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 Also, yeah, someone was asking me for OK Buddy Vosh content. What about OK Bodie Jack content? You guys need to get on the ball with that one. American Bottom needs to work on anal prep a bit. Don't we all? Okay, Boaty Jack. Let's see. Oh, yes, I should do the spiel. Hey, are you enjoying the content? Do you like stream? Hit the follow button on Twitch. Do it. Do it. Just do it. And if you're over on riverboat.gg or YouTube, hit the subscribe button. You lazy fuck. You know who you are. Or like the stream. I'm sorry. That was a bit aggressive. I got ahead of myself there. And if you're really enjoying stream, drop some subs or donos, preferably over on riverboat.gg, where I get to keep 100% of the money you send my way. as opposed to YouTube where I keep 70% or Twitch where I get 50%. Oh god, that was funny. Let's see. Yes, we will do this.
She grabbed my balls last night, alright. 0 hour, 12 a.m. And she guzzled me dry. Didn't finish till 10. I love your mom so much, just like a wife. I wanna hold her tight. She's such a gorgeous sight. I don't think it's gonna be a long, long time until your mother lets me call her mine. I'm not some guy who gets a shag and leaves. Oh no, no, no. I'm a mother's man. Mother's man, the only man your mother wants to see. I don't think it's gonna be a long, long time until your mother lets me call her mine. I'm not some guy who gets a shag and leaves. Oh no, no, no. I'm a mother's man. Mother's man, the only man I'd ever want to be.
Mother's man. Oh god. Just 10 out of 10. All-time shit posts.
Doing your mom. Doing your mom. Doing your mom. Doing your mom. Nobody ever loved me like your mom. Like your mom. Like your mom. I know nobody loves me like your mom. Oh, like your mom. Oh, like your mom. Doing your mom. Doing your mom. Doing your mom. Doing your mom.
And hey, chat. Maybe a couple donos if you could be so kind. You lovely, lovely people, you. See.
Oh, can I please just shove my balls
I didn't see that Valhalla Vidya, I'm
Way
sorry.
down deep inside your gaping jaw, I know you want my dirty side, so don't hold back.
Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs! Hell yeah! Thank you so goddamn much. Everyone, Poggies at Catalina Gearbox. Do it now.
I'm such a tasty snack. Your face is looking kinda red. Choke on my balls and turn it blue instead. More than pleasure, more than pain. You know you can't abstain. Slurp and slurp until you're absolutely sure my balls are drained. You know I had your mother
That
too.
sucks, Valhalla. I'm sorry.
For all she's worth, she can't compare to you. Her mouth was really rather small. Your mouth envelops all, each and every ball. How you turn me on.
Tabaxi? I don't think so, unless you get mods.
Acid certified freak, 7 days a week.
You can play with mods,
Bring a
though.
bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Beat it up,
Aw.
catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this pussy in your face. Swipe your nose like it's a credit card. Oh, hop on top. Oh, I wanna ride. I do a kegel while it's inside. Spit into my mouth. Look into my eyes. This pussy is wet. Take a dive, tie me up like I'm surprised. Gobble me, swallow me, drip down my side. Jump right before you let it get inside. I tell him where to put it, never where I'm bound. I'll run down on him before I have him running down on me. Don't cook, don't clean, but let me tell you how I got this thing.
Wait. Sounds like danger is happening.
Nothing of value. Filthy, too.
Cheese from the Dale lands. Or what's left of it.
B. Ferzu's up to his old tricks, the damn rat. Tried to sail right past without paying a toll. Half dozen crates this time, as if we'd miss a shipment that large. Transfer them to impound. And no funny business. He sees 2 chalices just days ago, 1 silver, 1 gold, but they seem to have grown legs and walked off. Odd, isn't it? Not pointing fingers, mind you, but if those chalices don't walk right on back, Geringoth will want answers. She'll be asking you first, Jay.
Report to the tollmaster. Pay the toll.
Okay. This feels weird. Something's not right. Oh. Hello.
What do you bring?
Pain and death, usually.
I require good.
I think we might kill you. If I give you gold, what do I get in return?
You can pass, but first you must pay.
Nah, we're gonna kill you.
Pay. All must pay. Gold. Gold. Gold.
Nah, I'm not paying you shit, lady. Oh my god! That was so much damage! Probably based on how much money I have. Which is a lot!
My faith will protect me. Take you. Take you.
Might have not thought this through.
On my way.
This is gonna feel good.
Accursed keeper of the coins. Oh my god, 600 health? If only there was a really high thing to push them off of. Yes. What are you? What are you even? Are you you're an undead? Okay.
Find a route.
This appears to have been a mistake on my part. I don't think this fight is going to go well for me. on, yeah! Let's get whatever's in this safe. Given room, I agree. Okay, yeah, this is not gonna go great. What?
Shall we cut and run? A better position. That nearly ended me.
Did you hear about the rack crisis? No? Yeah, that was to be expected. That sounds about right. Non-binary.
How about
Okay, we're just gonna go back here. Gonna retrace our steps.
These boots have seen everything.
Doo-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, it sounds about right for both the British government and pretty much any government under capitalism. They really don't like paying for infrastructure. Just kind of what births the fantasy of libertarianism, where like, oh well, we'll just make the private businesses pay for the infrastructure, and you know it doesn't really work like that. The private businesses want to pay for the infrastructure even less than anyone else.
Crates and caravans. The town toll house, surely.
There might be something useful in there. Seized goods and the like.
Save real quick. Grenfell 2.0, but on a larger scale. That sounds, again, about right. Hello, you're terrifying. I'm here to murder you.
What do you bring?
I bring you death.
All must pay. All must pay. Gold. Gold. Gold.
Dying. Not on my watch.
What? Okay.
This'll dampen the pain. Take your...
Survival is all that matters.
I got some solutions to my current predicament. Critical hit. I can't help but notice there's a very tall edifice right here. Be a shame if someone were to knock you off. God damn it, that would have been so cool.
Go for the throat.
Time to push my luck again.
Just out of curiosity, do I got one of those bulbs left? Void bulb? I do. Asterion? Would you like to... Damn it, I can't throw the item.
Got this. Got it.
Let's give this a shot. See ya, nerd.
Free from the curse now. Perhaps you'll find peace.
Get fucked. Ah, you did take out her little side things. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Tee. Tee.
I'll take that. No traps, please.
Bye, bitch. Not gonna lie, that was extraordinarily satisfying.
What's that? Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Seized inventory.
Well, we're not getting in this way.
Why not? Why not? We... Why can't we get in this way exactly? Because, looks like we can. Look at that, I got in. It's called sword picking. Threads of silver. Dearest Saloon, our fair maiden, weave our hearts with threads of silver. Guide us with light of the moon and quench us with the purest of tears. Shadows taunt us, hear our prayer. Shadows stalk us, hear our prayer. Shadows wound us, hear our prayer. Saloon, thou with radiant loom, mend our hearts with threads of silver. Heal us with drops of morning dew, and soothe our souls with softest star glow.
I didn't realize we had time to read children's stories.
What a day. Let's crack it open.
Ooh, whenever you take fire damage dealt by another creature, you gain 2 turns of heat. I don't know what that means. But that's okay.
Watch your back.
So we're just gonna take a short rest.
I'll feel that one later.
The instant death attack, because I have one character that has all the money, was a bit much to handle.
Well, hello.
Good night, loose juice. Get good sleep.
Easy.
Still alive, so that's progress. That might be worth a look.
Careful, I might. That might be worth a look.
Ooh, Iron Vine Shield. This is a very oddly specific usage. While the wielder is holding a weapon empowered with shillelagh, And when they are hit by a melee attack, the attacker takes 1 piercing damage. This doesn't sound useful at all. An official record of traders and goods passing through Wraithwin, as well as the tolls collected, organized by date. Every entry is made with precise strokes, and each page stamped with a wax seal bearing the letters GT. As the pages progress, the number of recorded traders and the collected toll dramatically dwindles. That was kind of fun.
Over there.
Oh, there's a chest down there, you say? Hiya! Poison, bark skin. Alright.
Something over there.
Secrets.
Interesting.
Going to go loot the body. Probably should take all my friends. Gonna go loot the body. Twist of fortune. When you roll a 2 or less with this weapon's damaging die, re-roll it and take the new result. Okay, okay, okay. Unsigned trade visa. Unsigned writ suggests a counterfeit in progress. Whoever made it was planning to trade illegally within the toll house.
Should be easy.
Oh.
Let's hope for gold.
Just stealing lots of stuff. Just stealing lots of stuff. I'm sure it's fine to be alone this time. I'm just stealing some stuff. There's a lot of objects from people, clothing too. Probably doesn't bode well for
That
me
might be
or
worth a
you.
look.
Hell. Hello. This messy financial ledger records an import tax charged to merchants by the Wraithwind Toll House. The tax was clearly excessive and included gems and jewelry in addition to gold. Several notes are scribbled on the final page. Trade slowing. Merchants scared of Ketheric, nervous of war. He will not take my due.
What's this?
We're going to take a lot of the stuff, though. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Taking all the paintings. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I should probably go get the rest of my party before I keep going on. Oh. I guess the whispering was from the soul coin. That makes sense. Jack's voiceover makes your nipples hard. I mean, that's part of what I'm going for.
Anything of use?
I mean, if my voiceover isn't making somebody horny, like, what's the point? On the wall hangs a seaside landscape, which often catches my eye during the course of my workaday life. I'm surprised Geringoth chose such a decoration for her whole house. I've never known her as any appreciator of nature, beauty, art, not but the cold clink of gold. One day, when my days are repaid, I'll travel to the coast, breathe in 2 deep draughts of air, and forget Wraithwind forever.
Light on my feet. Maybe I need more pockets.
I use the best lockpick of all, a sword.
Right tool will do the trick.
I love the variety we get with voiceovers. I'm glad you like them. They're stellar. I would love to do like actual voice work. I feel like it'd be really fun.
Voice over more like voice
When a weapon's attack roll inflicts a condition, the wielder gains arcane acuity, which gives a +1 bonus to spell attack rolls and spell difficulty class. It's interesting. Also, thank you for the $5 dono, Catalina Gearbox. I appreciate it. You know, like, $5 donos, $5 subs, they help me a lot. So thank you so much. I mean, I don't mind running around picking up gold. Ooh, a pink rose dye. $5 adds up. It really, really does. can't reach. Can't reach the. It's literally right in front of you. Okay.
Wanna dance? On my way.
That's curious.
What's curious?
I'm ready. Worth a
Please
shot?
read. If you find the safe, I'm inside. Had to shut myself in to avoid the shadows. There's no gold. If you're thinking of killing me for it, Garangoth moved it all to a personal coffers, and I'm unarmed anyway. Just let me out when the shadows are gone, and I'll find a way to repay you. I've only got 3 candles with me, so hurry. Okay, so I shouldn't pick that lock yet.
Need to keep going.
At least things have stayed interesting.
I mean, they're probably dead, but,
Breathe deep.
you know, maybe they're big candles.
Jack feeds on your money and she is starving. Give Jack your delicious money.
It's true. Delicious, delicious money. I need it. It's my sustenance. Without it, I will surely perish. Is there anything up on the roof that I need? I'm gonna go with just kind of a no, but you never know with RPGs. RPGs these days, back in my day, they just put everything back down on the ground, you know? There wasn't any of this verticality nonsense, okay? You were either on the ground or you were dead, okay? You were 6 feet under, okay? Those were the only 2 options back when I was a kid, okay? Paperboy, no verticality. You're just running on a flat Midwestern terrain as God intended. Alright? And if you died in that game, you lost your job and they killed you. 6 feet under. That's how it worked, okay? Oh god, I got so turned around. I don't remember where he went. Ah, fuck. He went down by the body, and the body was... Oh, we need to activate this first. Jamshed, the RPG God Boss. I can't believe I made it this far. They said it wasn't real. But I knew they added Tails the Hedgehog. I knew they added Tails to Super Smash Brothers. I knew it. That's why I played Endless Mode for 5 hours. Until my hands bled. Wisconsin Jack? Oh, hey there. Oh, hey there. I heard you all like fishing? And beer? And, I don't know, a couple other things, maybe? I don't know. I'm kind of, you know, maybe we could all go fishing together. Eh? Yeah. You know, we people in Wisconsin, we like to pretend we don't talk like this, but, we do, though. We do, though. We do. We just kind of pretend that, we don't when, other people are around. You know, it's just so hard. You know. I'm so glad I can, just talk freely with you guys. What is down here? What is this weird, like, nether realm down here? What is this?
What's in here?
Just coffins? Weird little area down here.
Bet that'll fit in my pack.
I got all hyped about a possible fight for nothing. Nothing!
I'll give it a shot.
Oh, let me just scooch past here real quick. Just scooch past here real quick there. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been putting on a few pounds. Oh, I gotta scooch a little bit closer. Yeah, yeah. Goodness gracious.
All I'm saying is that Clarice is a very lucky lady, ha ha ha.
Yeah. We looked really cute together today. I'll probably post a picture on like Twitter or something tomorrow. We make of the cute with our faces. And I Oppa Gangnam Style. That's a deep cut. If you're not old enough to remember Gangnam Style, then you're too young for, I don't know, insert things.
What's inside?
Well, no one's gonna get real upset here if we just loot the bodies, though. So, I figure, you know, why not? Like, Karlak, why are you all the way back here? You silly goose. Oppa Gangnam Style. Why? Gangnam Style was great.
I'd love to, thanks. Yoink!
Just taking a look, what we can steal. Where are all the wonderful free deals? Looking in crates and finding nothing. Just finding some decent shoes.
Looky!
Hiya, Oppa. Yeah, I just, borrowed your items there, friend. Yeah, no, I just, seemed like you weren't really using them anymore, you know. Hey, they were saying they were shipping items out of here, but I'm looking now in all of these sacks, and they didn't put shit in any of them. Okay, this one has a couple of shits. Oh yeah, you know that Matt Walsh guy, got a couple good points there. You know, I haven't really ever met any of them transgenders, but it's a lot of weird things coming out these days. It really makes you think. You know, it sounds like he might have a couple good points here and there. Oh, West. what's this there in what's this then about the diaper wrestling? Is that you know, that doesn't play well to me. You know, that just seems unnecessary and vulgar. And you know, maybe he doesn't have such great points after all. That they're mad. Can grow a great beard, but you know, at the end of the day, you really just got to treat people like people. Yeah, you know, I listened to him at first, but then he started talking about these. I saw these clips of him wrestling giant babies, and I just thought that was too far. That was just too far now. You know, I'm from Wisconsin. I'm very pro-life. And I just don't stand for a grown-ass man fighting two babies. You know, it might have been 2-on-1, but still doesn't seem fair to me.
I've got a long road ahead.
I'm sorry.
Let's march.
We're just gonna take all your shit. Ooh, yeah, by weight.
While I'm at it.
Stealing stuff. Stealing stuff. Just taking stuff and stealing stuff. Oh, these guys didn't even care that we just slaughtered everyone outside. They haven't even noticed. Do 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 do. That's very convenient.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Did you guys all just like comedically flop on the way in here? You little weirdos.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Steals all the items off your dead body. Oh, sorry there, friend. You know, I just stuck my sword in between your ribs, but you know, seemed like the thing to do at the time when you were coming at me with the bigger hammer. Yeah. You hear things down here. Things from people with nothing left to lose. No more secrets to keep. You hear that Ketheric's untouchable. Except he isn't really. That he's got some relic or other in the mausoleum. A link, that's what you hear. You hear that the link can be severed. You hear things like that, but you mostly hear them from people who are already out of their minds. Oh yeah, that makes sense to me, you know. My brother now, he went out there in the on the ice, and he got trapped out there in his ice house. You know, for several days. And, you know, when he came back, he started saying a lot of things that didn't really make a whole lot of sense at the time. But, you know, as I thought about it more, turned out he was right about my wife having an affair.
Hey-ho.
My faith will guide me.
Let's get going. Need to find a way forward. That's curious.
still. Strike hard, strike fast.
Was that Fargo? Oh yeah, sorry about that there, Wall. You know, I got a guy. And you know, you really shouldn't be using subpar contractors these days. So many guys skipping out on all of the safety precautions, and then you wind up having to hire them again and again. It's a whole scam, I tell ya. Oh yeah, I'm not a fan of subpar contracting. No sir. No sir, E or Bob.
Let's see.
I use sword. It's super effective.
What's hiding here?
What the fuck is that? Just out of curiosity. Ow.
Better than nothing.
Okay, wait. This is probably dumb, but I'm gonna save anyway.
First step is the hardest.
Jumping down. Oh.
Right beneath the towers. The colony must be close.
But a whole lake?
That must be where
That's
the
just
tadpoles are
wasteful.
coming from.
Oh God. Okay. That was an actual thing. Oh, I found. Wait, they got nickels. What? How the fuck did you guys get dead? Oh, okay. You can't resurrect NPCs. Fuck you. God damn it. God damn it. What to wear, what to say to your spouse, who to befriend. Why are you working at your job? Why do you care about taxes, what to cook, read, pay for, sell? You know, bullshit. Why is there no end to the bullshit? I have a secret for you. There is, brothers and sisters. There most certainly is. I used to be neck deep in bullshit. A shit buffet, an excrement parade, a crap storm of meaninglessness. All those, you know, those little fucking decisions we have to make that aren't really there, that are basically devoid of purpose, in a shared community of thought and goal, like, say, a cult. Dirty, dirty word. I don't like it, but I had that decided for me, brothers and sisters. Every day is new and exciting, with none of the choices mildewing in your noggin. People say cults are about conformity. I say they break it. I say they snap conformity's rotten, scrawny neck.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Don't mind if I do. Putting more parasites in my brain. Let's go. I don't like the fact that I'm currently in a membrane. I don't like that one bit.
Open up.
A hook horror by the sounds of it. Can't afford to stay idle.
What a charmer.
Damn it.
No surrender. You're not gonna like this, mate.
Got Bane on both of them. Let's go, Bane B.
Let's turn someone inside out. Let's go.
Where do I go from here?
Luck of the Far Realms.
Can you feel death's cold grip?
Let's end this. Heading there.
Ba, 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 ba. Oh God. Okay. Let's go, baby.
Shall we dance?
Let's finish this.
Never a dull moment. Very well.
Woo!
Let's have a look.
Hook horror? More like hook borer. Got him. It just occurs to me that I should probably do the decent thing.
The corpse remains silent. The corpse has nothing to say.
Really?
The corpse remains silent.
Man. Fine. You guys suck anyway. I didn't want to save your lives, and anyway. Punk ass bitches.
Look, there's something on the other side. No way through from here, though.
Oh, this random goblin will talk to me. Okay.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Who are you?
Vermit, true soul.
What happened to you?
Saw absolute ascending.
What do you mean, ascended? Oh, wait. What is this place?
The absolute chamber. Paradise.
You didn't ascend, you just died.
The corpse remains silent. That was more of a comment than a question, really.
Interesting.
The corpse has nothing to say.
It's like we're in a giant stomach. It's weird. The corpse does not respond.
Here we go.
I swear there's congealed blood between my toes.
That might be worth a look.
Ooh, good luck fighting Yorm. That is such a fun fight. Aw, Drago, I'm sorry. I had to deal with a lot of dog poop on the floor recently. So I feel ya.
A new face.
Yep, the warden's totally fine. Don't go check. Ha ha ha. Moonrise Tower's, 'main floor. 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 'Ma
are each of us threads in her design. Even those we once called monsters.
It was the Drow's fault!
Let's not go through either of those doors. Let's go through this one.
Now, Meg, come on. We told you there's nothing there.
Meg here meets! Meg knows!
That's a stone bloody wall. Have a taste if you don't believe us.
That looks like some scaffolding we could use. And possibly abuse.
This is the spot that's marked on that map.
The spot that's marked on what map?
All right. What now? Best be on my way. I should speak up.
These are the stalking grounds of Steelclaw, furless one. Tread lightly. Fortunately for you, the slithering vermin I hunt has my attention. For now.
The parasites are dangerous. Don't go near them.
Do not push your own cowardice upon me. I braved lapping waters and leaking ships to find this prey. I butchered many, and will butcher many more. But this one I toy with. I slice, I tear, and when the time is right, I will bite its head off and bathe in its innards!
Good luck with the hunt, Steelclaw.
Luck is not needed. Merely patience and a thirst for
Jesus
blood.
Christ, dude.
Hunt fast and hunt well.
Here goes nothing.
She sees everything we are. Do you understand? There is no hiding from her.
Okay. Anyway. Just gonna... Oh, this person, you mean?
Just a pinch of... Ah, is this hallucinogenic?
Araj Oblodra, trader in blood and the sanguineous arts. It is a pleasure to stand before a true soul, and your pale companion. I'd like to offer my services, if you're willing.
I'm listening.
Put plainly, I'd like your blood. A vial of true soul's blood, specifically. With one drop, I can brew a rather potent potion for you. The rest, I keep for myself.
And what exactly will you do with the blood you keep?
Research, naturally. A little experimentation, perhaps. I have an innate curiosity for all things sanguine.
What kind of potion is this exactly?
No idea, but it will be unique to you. Your blood essence and the Absolute's blessing intertwined. We can learn exactly what that means together, hmm?
Why are you trying to make this sexy? Sounds interesting. Let's do it.
Just a little prick and it's all over. Close your eyes. There we are. All of your very best traits in a bottle. Use it well. Although perhaps there's one more thing we could discuss. Your friend. He's a vampire, no? Or one of their spawn, at least.
Oh, don't worry. We're all friends under the Absolute. I won't bite.
Oh, I'd prefer if you did. I assume he belongs to you?
Yes, all mine.
Well, I hope you don't mind sharing him for just a minute. Do you have a name, Spawn?
Astarion, but hold on.
Good. Now, Astarion. I've dreamt of being bitten by a vampire since I was a young girl.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I'm sorry. You want to be bitten?
To feel your life's blood slipping away. To dance on the edge between life and death.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I want it. I'll even compensate you. A potion of legendary power that forever increases the strength of the one who consumes it. It's not for sale. But it's yours, if you bite me.
I will have to decline.
Excuse me? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you're squandering it.
I gave you my answer.
Can't you talk some sense into your obstinate charge?
He said no. There's nothing more to discuss, and you should really understand the concept of consent, especially with your affinity for the sanguine arts.
How very disappointing.
What now? Be very, very quiet. A very pinch of pocket.
Oh, the reaction failed. Perhaps I can pawn it off as a luck potion.
Neither seen nor heard.
Okay.
Is that blood?
I don't think we'll get away with pickpocketing it.
Welcome back, true soul.
Show me your stock. I'm gonna buy things from you. Do 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 do. Just remembered I have therapy tomorrow. The question is, do I stay up or do I try and sleep in time and wake up on time? I would say get sleep on the safe end of things. Hey, Doodlebird, how you doing? How you doing, lovely? I have so much goddamn money. Holy moly. Just hanging out? Hell yeah.
Come back anytime. The Chosen's blood. Now that would be a prize sample.
Better not be cursed. If not over,
Enough.
then through.
Just leave the bloody true souls to their business.
Something slimy seems to be dripping from the rafters above.
And what about them who hang
You.
around this door like a bad smell.
Always room for more.
Gonna take these pork sausages. Communism sucks? What do you think communism is, friend? Like, just out of curiosity.
The reaction failed.
Something slimy seems to be dripping from the rafters above. A moment, true soul. You use a spoon to stir the soup, Barnabas. Forget the axe, my darling.
Oh. There's no way this ends well.
Now, how can I help you?
I've never seen a tame gnoll before.
Soft and sweet as pudding, isn't he? He no longer remembers his life in the wild. That is the gifts the Absolute gave me when I
Vuvuzela!
stood before her. To rewrite the lives of her faithful. Make them believe there's something better.
Heartwarming. Praise her name.
Praise her works. Committed by the hands of her faithful. Observe. Barnabas, sweetie. Come show what a good boy you are.
This lady gonna get mauled to death by these
What
guys.
would you like him to do?
How about a dance?
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you, Barnabas?
You feel her will surge outwards and envelop the creature, inexorable as the tide.
Don't let the gnome lady get mauled.
No, Barnabas. We talked about this.
I think that gnome is about to be mauled to death. Just I don't know what's giving me that feeling, but I think I'm about to use my own mental gymnastics.
Like a rope drawn taut beneath the blade, the connection simply snaps.
No. Barnabas. Darling. No!
Another parasite. All trace of restraint is gone. Barnabas has tasted blood, and wants more. As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Try it. I dare you. Ooh. Ooh, that wasn't a good roll. Oh, I have inspiration points. Okay. Yay!
The beast sizes you up, then turns away to easier prey. The kitchen's rich stock of unguarded meat and a warm patch by the fire.
I don't need mental tricks. I like that they're free and they're just like, nah, we gonna chill in here though.
Something slimy seems to be dripping from the rafters above.
Okay, well, let's figure out how to get up there then. Wait a minute. I wonder. Hello, friendly ghouls.
Serve.
Half dead and still a servant. My worst nightmare.
Where am I? Oh. I'm okay. Well, that checks out.
Your family wants
Winged brother took my meat. They sloop and steal. We stoop and struggle.
I wonder.
That should work.
My dark goddess. When I lost my daughter, I learned my purpose. My dark goddess. When I learned my purpose, I gathered the flock. My dark goddess. When the flock was full, I punished the wicked. My dark goddess. When the wicked struggled, I struck them down. My dark goddess. I am yours. I'm sorry, Kamikaze. Oh, wait. What's further up?
No! Not again. My flesh still stinks from her claws.
A great hunter, to be feared.
Hmm. Let's drink a potion. A little potion drinker. And we're gonna see if we gotta fight these guys.
Flesh.
For the flesh. Silence.
We hunger, true soul. The Absolute promised us a feast of corpses, and still we starve.
I have something in my pack if you'd like.
Foot flesh. Scraps. The real feast is below. They drop a corpse. If the Absolute will not share her dead flesh, we will tear it from the backs of the living.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Your friends seem faithful enough, so they may start by feeding on your flesh.
A shadow swims across your vision, and a familiar voice tells you to be calm. You are loved.
You would never defeat a mine. No. Get away!
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Oh. Well, don't mind if I do. A wall, you say? feather. Oh boy. This is an elaborate area. Oh, Ketheric Thorm is like right there. He is invulnerable.
Considering all that is at stake, considering how close we are to the conclusion of our effort.
Did J.K. Simmons voice Ketheric Thorm?
I need a quick word.
No business here.
Oh, of course, of course. No business here at all.
Something good here, I hope.
Seen the view out west from the terrace? All those beasts camped under one banner. That's the Absolute's power. The General's power.
Oh god. That's terrifying.
Hey, True Soul. What's the word? Armies gathered outside. The General giving us marching orders.
Stare
Right
her
you
down.
are, True Soul. Not questioning, just ready to serve is all.
Yeah, you seem like a good being. Be a real shame. Be a real shame.
We did as we was told, General. Followed every order.
The facts suggest otherwise. You were ordered to retrieve the artifact. You failed to do so.
Us? No, it was Minthara. She got the orders. She...
Enough!
A blast of mental energy washes over you, filling the room. Your tadpoles squirms, urging you to obey.
You failed to retrieve the artifact. You failed to protect your true soul. You do not deserve to live.
Do I keep silent and watch this play out? I think so, given that I'm all by myself at the moment.
Mercy, General! Please!
General Thorm?
Let our newest arrival speak. You have seen what these creatures are capable of, and you have seen their inadequacies, isn't that so? What is your judgment?
You know I'm loyal! Tell him!
Enough! True Soul, tell the General how the goblins served our cause.
They're faithful soldiers. You should set them free.
See? What'd I tell ya? Praise the Absolute!
Faith without action is anemic, sickly, in a word, useless. We are too close to the ending and the new beginning. I can coddle failure no longer. Kill them, quickly.
What? No! You creaking old bag of shit!
I'm so sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Try again.
Yo! Yo! Yo, stone cold!
Dispose of the rest as you see fit.
Oh my god, dude.
Or better yet, put that true soul to use. You have far more important matters to attend to. Or have you forgotten?
Of course not, my lord. Thank you. You heard the General. The goblins are yours. Deal with them however you wish. Here in the seat of the Absolute's power, your authority over them is complete. They will obey any command. Report to me upstairs when you're done.
Please! You gotta help me! For old time's sake!
Gods, release them.
Oh, praise the Absolute! And praise her true soul!
The seat of the Absolute's power, occupied by a general that cannot be killed. But his followers are flesh and blood. We must learn what fuels his power.
I wouldn't have if not for that. To think the Absolute graced such a creature as that.
We are each of us threads in her design. Even those we once called.
If you have coin, then show.
Oh my god, he has a mustache. Oh my goodness. What do you have on offer? Look at his, it's amazing.
Get moving.
I just gave you so much money, dude. You ungrateful piece of shit.
Ah, a new face come to bask in the light of the Absolute. How can I be of service, true soul?
You have anything to trade? Ooh, scroll of planar binding. Target an otherworldly creature and attach its consciousness to your own. It will follow and fight for you as an ally. But it's a concentration spell, so it won't go forever, just until I can't concentrate. That seems dangerous. Gloves of Crushing.
An honor.
Then the dreams came.
My brothers had the dreams too. Same as me.
Oh, I think I went full circle. Okay.
They wouldn't admit it.
The Absolute calls us all to her design. Your family will answer. Eventually.
Something slimy seems to be dripping from the rafters above.
Brothers. Sister.
Winged brother, took by meat. They bloody killed him. What now? Are we next?
Not if you keep them lips clapped together.
Quiet!
Something over there.
Oh.
Through a narrow crack in the wall, you hear something shift against stone. The pulse of a crawling, living thing.
Ew. Ew, it's so gross. What is it? Yay!
You can't quite catch a glimpse, but you recognize this feeling. The same alien presence you felt on the Nautiloid. Your awareness unfolds, expanding through every wall in the tower, every mind. A vast living network extending down into the dark, where something wakes.
What in the hell's... Oh no, not again.
Tendrils snap like iron cords around your wrist. That presence in your mind looms large, closer now.
What if I just do nothing? Nah. Tear your arm out of the tentacle's grip. Let's go!
With a soft sucking sound, your hand pulls free.
God damn it.
The flesh within the wall retreats.
Oh, thank goodness. I was worried I'd have to get involved. Now, let's keep our hands to ourselves, hmm?
Absolute's picking a fight.
The tentacle pulses within the wall, waiting.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm quick saving. And I'm reaching back in.
The tentacle pulses within the wall. There is no hesitation this time. The tendrils lash out like a waiting predator. The tendrils tighten, and suddenly you are elsewhere. The presence is no longer approaching you, but encircling you, observing you.
I'm River.
A pause, as if it struggles to compress its vast being down into terms you can understand.
This is the voice they have given me. To better speak to your kind without breaking you. I was once a servant of the grand design. Now I'm a slave to theirs. But you are the flaw in their design. The single thread that could unravel everything they've planned.
Who are they?
They named themselves Chosen. But they are slavers. They will use me to bind this world. But I cannot bind you. You must come to me so I can become myself again.
A world away, the grip on you tightens. A desperate, drowning thing that pulls you down with it.
I submit.
Careful. It nearly had you.
Every bit as disgusting as the first time.
Okay, but are we just back down here again? Like, what? There's nothing new this time. I thought you'd pull me down to, like, a different part of the dungeon at least. Damn it.
It sings chop, chop, chop.
Yeah, I figured Drago. I thought that was gonna be what opened it up, but I was wrong. I'm still gonna talk to it again, though.
The tentacle pulses. There is no hesitation. The tendrils tighten. The present. A pull.
What's happening?
Wisdom time, baby. Woo! Pulled it off just in time.
Thank goodness. I was almost worried. Clingy little shit, this Absolute. And she wants to meet.
Careful. It nearly had you.
Killed him. What now? Are we next?
Not if you keep them lips clamped together.
Quiet! Is this both of them hallucinogenic?
Never wanted the easy path.
Brothers. Sister. Pray with me,
I'm not worthy. I never learned.
General Thorm's prayers and preparations must not be disturbed. The rooftop is off limits to everyone.
Even you, Disciples Realm?
Everyone. Keep watch and ensure that nobody passes. Excellent timing, true soul. The goblins. Tell me how they suffered. No. Better yet, show me.
Her mind enters yours abruptly, flickering across your memories in a blaze of excitement. She sees the goblins walking free, and a burning rage fans across your mind like wildfire.
Explain yourself.
Continue. Oh, Shadowheart, you're so bad. We'll give you another shot. God damn. You're really bad at lying. You're so bad at lying. Why are you the one in this cutscene? There we go.
Very
Hey,
pragmatic.
Sniffin' Jay.
but very boring. Let's see if there's anything interesting in this brain of yours.
She parts the folds of your mind again, touching your wants and hopes, tasting them. Every emotion soaks into her mind's palette. But there is purpose to her exploration. She is searching for proof of your faith.
Overwhelm her by unleashing a wave of hatred. Can I change my mind on that one? That... Ah, fuck. Hell yeah!
She has opened her mind fully, expecting to find adoration and faith. Your fury hits her like a bolt in the throat.
Who are you?
I was so angry that I made her eyes bleed. Oh. Oh. Huh. Well, I mean, I guess we're not technically in combat. This is fine, I guess. I'm confused why we got that cutscene, but
all's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
We are each of us friends.
Gonna hang out up here, I guess. That was weird. You know, this is fine. Fuck. It was a mimic. This is fine.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Dead muffins, yes.
Open up.
You've unlocked my riddle.
The dance macabre. Outmaneuver them.
Ooh, double crit.
Can't give up.
There we go.
Never a dull moment.
My darling daughter, when you were a little girl, I would often watch you play with your dolls and your cousins and picture myself an enormous, opaque, silvery shield surrounding you, protecting you. I knew somehow, deep within myself, that no harm could ever befall you because I would not let it. Though the healers say I may pass into the city of judgment soon, know this, darling daughter. I am always around you. I am always with you. The Moon Maiden will never allow you to bear a burden you cannot carry. I love you forever. A love that has no death. Mama. Ooh, delicate shoes. Hell yeah! Finally some better footwear. It's all I've ever wanted for my casual outfit. That's a lie. I want an even more exquisite casual outfit. But this is fine. For now.
Time to press ahead. Let's see what this does.
Melodia Thorn, loving mother, beloved wife. Her light will never be forgotten.
Your rice is done? Hell yeah! Oh, I must be, like, near the top here. If I'm finding Ketherick Thorm's children's stuff. Well.
Keep your distance, darling. With pleasure.
No one back home will ever believe this.
The General's Warhound, you say? I think that, that looks a bit tough. What is this? Oh, it's clockwork. Interesting. However,
how delicious. Into the shadows, gently.
Even stripped of flesh, the Warhound is formidable. Spectral eyes meet yours as it growls a challenge. And then it hesitates, gleaming muzzle sampling your scent as if in recognition.
what? Offer up some food from your pack.
The dog's growl only deepens, echoing in the cavity where its stomach used to be.
Snap off my best salute. Oh, come on, Asterion. Come on, dude. God damn it. I know, I shouldn't have offered the... I thought the dog might be,
Perhaps your form was sloppy, or perhaps...
God damn it. Just gonna reload real quick here. Just gonna... Nah, this... No, I don't want to kill a dog. It's been too much dog killing today. Too much, I say. Do not kill dogs. Definitely don't kill dogs. Don't go out and kill the dogs. Don't go and kill the dogs.
Oh, for a skeleton key.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Don't waste a step.
Hello, doggo.
Stand, soldier. These are the General's private quarters.
I can talk to him.
Something in your scent is...
Talk to animals works on clock dogs. Show her Scratch's ball. I have the ball that Scratch gave me.
Do you take me for a teething
Oh.
pup? Get that out of my face. Though whichever whelp owns that thing smells happy. Safe. I've not scented such a thing since I was flesh. Since my master brought me back, this place smells wrong. His family is gone, replaced by bootlickers and beasts. You are neither. So tell me true. What is your purpose here?
I only want to stop the Absolute.
I protect my master. What becomes of his master, I care not. Pass, then. But I will be watching.
My scent seemed to trigger a memory in you. What was it?
Not your scent. Selûnite magic on your skin. The general once smelled that way, when his daughter still lived. I died the same night she did, my master says, trying to protect her. I do not remember, but he brought me back. Again.
Most of the text has been scoured away by time, but what remains appears to be some form of ritual incantation. Your white ribs, the pillars, your bleached skull, the dome, take on apostles' final form, cathedral wrought of blessed bone.
What's next, I wonder?
Well, well, well.
Watch your back.
Let's move. So small from here.
Dictated to Scribe Yanthus by General Ketherick. Sweeping up individual drow renegades is not giving us the cadre of Lolth-trained veterans I want for our staff and officer corps. We must be more ambitious. Agent Zilvre, True Soul 113, will be commanded to infiltrate Menzoberranzan itself, ideally House Benre, ostensibly to proselytize on behalf of the Divine Absolute. I think Zilvre will be convincing in this role. This intrusion will excite outrage among the Bainre matrons, who can be counted upon to send a warband to exterminate whoever was so rash as to promote anti-Lolth apostasy in their home. Zilvre will have left a clear trail back here to Moonrise Towers, where the warband will find not a circle of ragtag heretics, but an army in the making. I will parley with the drow leader, but as we negotiate, her warband will be ambushed, and every drow warrior we capture will be tadpoled. This accomplished, the warband leader will meet the same fate, and thus we shall acquire our cadre of hardened Underdark warriors. And all it will cost us is the life of loyal Agent Zilvre. But he is, truth be told, a tedious enthusiast, and I will not miss him.
With haste.
Balthazar, I thank you for returning what was mine, and have no doubt all will be well once the war is won. After that, I believe our business will be concluded. A different life, a better life, awaits. General Ketherick Thorm.
Seems simple enough. More for me.
General, given what we know from my research about the Gith artifact, I can't emphasize enough how critical it is that it be recovered. The power that artifact contains can boost our own efforts to unforeseen levels, but if it falls into the hands of enemies of wit and persistence, it could bring down all of our plans and schemes. The body of our hand-picked captain for the artifact raid wasn't found in the wreckage of the Nautiloid. I'm not at all easy in my mind about that fact. Find the artifact. Employ rigorous means. Do not fail. Lord Gortash.
What's that?
Indeed. Confidential. Dictated to Scribe Yanthus by General Ketherick. Young Gortash's plan is to enslave an illithid elder brain and make it our marionette under the control of the Crown of Karsus has proceeded almost without flaw, barring the slight delay while our Baalist allies sorted out their leadership conflict. The weak point must surely be the sharing of the Netherstones. It was necessary to secure my engagement, and that of the murder cult, but eventually it's certain to fracture our fragile alliance. Clearly, all 3 Netherstones must be controlled by a single leader, me by preference. But not until after all the stakeholders have made their essential contribution. Gortash fears that, energized by the dark energies of the Crown, the brain we now call the Absolute will eventually metamorphose into something new and more difficult to control. If he's right, the need to invest the power of the Netherstones in a single wielder is urgent. Even more so in that Enver Gortash, at least, must be thinking the same way.
Don't touch me. Hardly a challenge.
Ooh. Cloak of Elemental Absorption. Absorb elemental damage once per short rest. Take half damage from the next elemental attack targeting you. Deal an additional 1d6 of that element type on your next attack. That's pretty nice. My darling husband, I know my time is drawing near. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave our little girl. But I'm not writing to lament our lot. It's ours and no others. Though the City of Judgment is dark, I know Our Lady's light will find me even there. I will see her shining spires and walk the silver gardens we've both dreamt of. I go to my reward, and leave quite a task to you yet, my heart. Saloon's light shines bright in our little one, but she will need a guide to keep her on the path. I've no doubt she will keep you on yours. It is the same path, Our Lady's path, and one day I know it will bring you both back to me. Only not too soon, I hope. I won't say goodbye. There is no loss, only temporary separation. How I love you. Forever, Melodia.
Why That's almost beautiful. Imagine what she'd think if she saw him now.
No time to dally.
Don't be shy.
Looking ahead.
Come on, let's go.
No one stopped me yet. Very well. Anything of use? Let's see.
Bring it, brother. True widely.
All right. All right.
Someone there? Simple.
God damn it. I'm actually running out of thieves' tools now. Damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god, I just need like a double digit number for a shot. There we go. Last chance on that one.
Tread lightly.
I'm sure everything's fine.
Something over there. How about this?
What the fuck?
No use. It's blocked.
I hate this. You know what? Nah, we're reloading that save. We're reloading that save. Everything's bad. Everything's bad. Everything's bad. Everything's bad. But you know what's not bad? Hopefully, my streams. If you've been watching and are enjoying them, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream, and also consider dropping some subs or donos Because that is indeed what actually keeps me alive.
We stoop and struggle.
Wonder what's past this.
Trust no one. A crooked touch.
There we go. See, it's already things are looking up.
Watch the shadows. That's curious.
Requests from the next caravan. Any works by Mordenkainen must catch up on current events. No volo better a century of ignorance. Kin vellum. Holds ink like no other could harvest from Acolyte. New copy of Swift and Sudden Death for library, current volume badly scorched.
Never a dull moment. Should mind my step.
This is a log on the work of one of Balthazar's necromancers, Cressa Bone Daughter, dated 10 days ago. After the state the Fallen One was in, I never expected Cressa would be able to save it. I was hoping the usurped thing would die. That's what it would have wanted. It's not as if Cressa studying it was going to prove much. It was damaged in the attack, far beyond what a mere tadpole could do. But she seems fond of the foul creature. Let her play with it. Another entry seems to be written into the log, dated a 10-day later. I should not have, in hindsight, let Cressa keep her pet. Ever since it was shipped onto one of the nautiloids to be deployed, she has been inconsolable. It won't survive out there, it needs me. It isn't like the others. The feral thing will make a fine warrior. For the Absolute, and now my best assistant is distracted thinking about it. Pah! It will come to heel soon enough.
The disc is formed from slate and engraved with Githyanki writing. It closely resembles the disc that Lae'zel deciphered. This time, the symbols easily resolve into coherent words and sentences. The story of Orpheus further unfolds. The Prince of the Comet, Part 3. The histories tell us that Commander Voss, Gestil Kithrak, pierced Prince Orpheus clean through with his sword of silver. That his flesh was torn and fed to the great red dragon, Ephelaman. Vlaakith's faithful roar out this tale. But beneath the roars we hear whispers carrying truth and prophecy. The Prince of the Comet is not dead. The Prince of the Comet will come again. The Prince of the Comet will liberate us from Vlaakith's tyranny. Praise be to Mother Gith, Queen of the One Sky. Praise be to your son, Orpheus, the true heir, Prince of the Comet. The chapter ends there. This disc might be of some interest to Lae'zel.
Slate looks like the other. Another story about the Githyanki prince.
Note, install a drain beneath library's conventional medicine shelf. It's wasteful to let all that blood seep through the flagstones. And it will rust the spikes besides. A line slashes through the above, the same hand in fresh ink below. Disregard. The smell gives me sweet dreams.
What's hiding here?
Keep a blade close. Oh, for a skeleton key.
Balthazar is so weird. He is very troubling. When you poison a foe, you get... Okay, you know what? That seems like a good cloak to have on the guy who poisons people.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
I spy with my little eye. Nothing of note, really.
Have to keep going. Let's have a look.
Okay, new save. And I think we're gonna kill this general lady.
Simple.
No time to rest.
Okay, now she wants to fight.
Ready for another round?
I've missed this. With finesse.
My turn. I've got it.
Rage! Black hole? What? Okay, that was scarier than I thought it was gonna be. Damn it.
Let's go.
Divine Smite! Get fucked. Get fucked, dude!
On my way. Come on. Can't stay idle. Can't slow down.
Really? How about we try that again? This time with a fire arrow. Damn it.
Can't give up. Not now.
What?
Another fight. Let's go.
On the way.
Gods, it's hot in here. In position.
Can't afford to let up.
Let's go!
Don't linger. Leave no trace.
Stop this, or my friends won't rest until they avenge me! Uh-huh. I'm sure that's true, bud.
Well, so much for peace. What should I do? On the move.
Oh, this is escalating quickly. But you know, this is fine.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
my god. Fireballs are really effective. What is this thing? I feel like I should probably hit it.
What path lies before me?
I need your help.
This is really escalated. This really got out of hand.
Keep guessing.
Stop.
Fast. I must heal. Light on my feet.
Damn it. I think we might lose this battle. I think we might be I think we might not be doing so hot on this one, guys.
Be quick.
Can't die. Get up, damn you!
Oh, my body. Oof, that escalated quickly. This really got out of hand.
Fireball solves everything.
$5 dono, Catalina Gearbox. Fireball does indeed solve everything. Radia, Mistress of Souls. That's an interesting name. I wonder if I kill her, if all of these guys die, because she keeps summoning new ones. We are learning through failure.
Yes, here.
Didn't you have some kind of counter for subs? Not today. Alright, folks, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I'm gonna hop off, and we'll try again tomorrow to get past this area. There's been no scam. I didn't have a counter today. I had a counter yesterday for things. Sun's about to rise here anyway. Yeah, it's about 5 a.m. where I am, so. Aw, Sundry Clown Car, I'm sorry. Yeah, you guys got 2 streams out of me today. I just got here, though. Well, you gotta get here a bit earlier. I'm sorry. I love you, though. Awesome fucking stream. You know, if you guys, like... you know, as long as you guys are liking what I'm doing, sometimes it's hard for me to tell if I'm doing okay, you know? I feel like we were in a group for a while and then kind of like splitting the stream between Twitch and YouTube kind of cut down on viewers. But I think I need to just get the content rolling out onto YouTube again and it'll be fine. Quick, everyone give Jack money. I mean, I'm not against that plan, but it's not gonna keep me going for much longer. I'm very sleepy. I was sleepy when I started stream today, almost 6 hours ago. GG is where it's at. You know, see, that's what I think. That's what I think. Part of it, Malachi, is I compare it to like other larger streamers, and I'm just like, what am I doing that's not connecting to the youth? You know, to the youth. How do I reach the kids? Yeah, exactly. Indeed. Okay, but that is a question for future Jack to ponder, because I got things I gotta do tomorrow, and then I'll be streaming tomorrow night. I won't be streaming Starfield, though, because Starfield is for people who are done with Baldur's Gate 3 and Armored Core 6, and I'm not that person yet. Sad day. Wonderful stream. I'm glad you really enjoyed it, Beef Torkunk. Good night, everybody. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.